cual montuno de platanal, haciendo la caña prisa, convirtiéndola en guarapo, se ve a lo lejos el central. Qué bonito es contemplar los transparentes celajes sobre los bellos paisajes que forma el monte oriental. Se parece un sol menar en una mañana hermosa, cual abejas laboriosas van grabando su destino. Pobrecito campesino de nuestra Cuba gloriosa. Soy carretero y vengo cantando. China linda, yo vengo cantando. Soy carretero y vengo cantando. Conduciendo la carreta. Soy carretero y vengo cantando. Que de caña va repleta.
Welcome, 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 early heads. We will be starting in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go make myself a coffee. In the meanwhile, enjoy some beautiful Cuban music. Congo to Cuba. Let's go.
Linda melodía, con sabor. Cantares de mi Cuba, vengo a ir a escuchar los cantares de mi Cuba. En los campos de mi Cuba, donde se siembra la caña, el guajiro con su maña hace que el fruto resuba. Nacen marañones, cosechan ricos melones, dulces y sabrosas piñas. La palma en el verde llano, al son del tiempo se mece, son que alegra y fortalece el orgullo
Thank you, Captain Tuga, for the 2 months. Thank you very much.
Los cantares de mi Cuba, junto al rumoroso río, se empina la caña brava, al lado del amor mío, con sus sombras estas.
Welcome, chat. What happened to music? It used to bang. Come on. Don't you have a diverse taste? You only listen to one particular thing. I'm one of those friends that says I listen to everything, and then people get triggered by it, and they play you something that's borderline unlistenable, and I will bop to it, and I will bop to it with pride. How you wish Balkans were real. Yeah, me too sometimes. It's literally heaven on earth. I know I live in a simulation because a place as beautiful and wholesome could not exist in IRL. The shit was hard as hell. It was, wasn't it? Trumpet was crazy. Yeah, I really fuck with trumpets. Trumpets are big in my part of the world. I went like 3 times to this very big trumpet festival that is completely unhinged in Serbia. Yeah. Want to learn trumpet? Yeah. But in the States, isn't it considered like nerdy as fuck to play trumpet? It's super rock and roll here. I don't know. It's strange. Just learned 15 minutes ago they come from a family of kulaks that supported Antonescu. Yeah, you'll always find a part of your family that comes from something bad. Nobody's perfect. I listened to one band for over 10 years. I mean, loyalty should be rewarded, I guess. Will you play on stream? Play a trumpet? No, I do not know how to play a single instrument, my beautiful friend. I can play trumpet pretty well, but I kind of want to learn that song. Oh, please do. Please do. Send me a clip if you do. Anyways, it is Sunday the 11th of May! And my name is Yugopnik, and I'm here to stream for you in this sweaty mask. After having come back from an insane 5 hours worth of airsoft, that shit was legit! Okay, I played with a replica that I never played with before. It was like one of those, I think they are Ukrainian AKs, Ukrainian AK-47 variant. No, not that one. This thing. Yeah, this very strange firearm. I played with this. With this. It was so difficult to shoot and then have to reload. I had 5 magazines here and 2 on the side. Like I looked like the most embarrassing human being ever because I would, instinctually go to the front. But no, I gotta like pull up the gun like this and then take it out here and then drop it in my little baggie that I have on my back. Because that shit's expensive. I'm not throwing every magazine I have. And then whip this out and then like struggle for literal 10 minutes. In order to put it in here. A friend of mine bought it and he was like, want to try it out? I tried it out. Really not my thing. But it is airsoft, so most of the guns are exclusively for aesthetics. They don't really vary that much. From one to another, except for the mechanism and the company that produced them, right? Some more legit, some are less. You were practicing for arm struggle, absolutely. RIP headphones users, including myself. Come on, my friends. At this point, you need to have been accustomed to the fact that here on YugopnikTwitch, we indeed are Canadian and do not respect your eardrums. Looks like a FAMAS. It does look like a FAMAS. But it's basically an AK-47 where they moved the magazine from the front all the way to the back. What do you think about this? It's going to be poop sock. It's probably going to be poop sock. Post-truth or being terminally online in the end of the world. I could check it out. Thank you. It's a brand new video from 59 minutes ago. I'll put it in my list. Cue freedom music, absolutely. I go shooting all the time because of American. I'm very jealous of this. There's like 5 shooting ranges where I live, and they're painfully expensive. But I will be able to afford shooting at gun ranges because you guys will subscribe in incredible levels. So before we start our lovely stream today, I would like to remind you that the only place on the entirety of Twitch is right here on YugopnikTwitch, where for every 10 gift subs, we don't believe in math, and they actually become 15 because I donate another 5. I might love money, but I hate ads more. And with that caveat out of the way, Captain Tuga immediately coming in with a 5. Let us start today's show. I hope all of you are doing well. I was basically on Airsoft. I hope I did not shower. So if your room is slowly stinking up, it is because I am smelling through the camera screen. I have put on perfume and I have put on additional deodorant, but I believe that outside of my armpits, I might be a bit oily. That does not mean you should not be like Captain Tuga and oil me even more, if you know what I mean. Today, we are going to talk about the potential Ukraine ceasefire. There's a big conversations coming in from the Kremlin. Then we're going to learn about a new fledgling, I mean, at this point, not fledgling, it's been 2 years, I believe, counter-imperialist figure, or maybe more controversial, or maybe less controversial. We're going to listen to an African source on this, Ibrahim Traore. Then we're going to move into, what do you want to call that shit, some Trump-Netanyahu controversy. We're going to maybe watch the new 3 Arrows video, this one, how to dismantle a democracy. I feel like 700 videos that like are identical to this have been made, but I believe the 3 Arrows always has the ability to add additional context that maybe someone else is not covered. And as the resident, what you want to call, fascism understander that I have very aptly titled myself without really checking any academic confirmation for this self-title, I really fuck with how 3 Arrows analyzes fledgling fascist movements, fascist overtake, etc., etc. So I think it will be interesting. I did not pre-watch. I just spanned through to see if there's if it's gonna work for the chat. So hope you're doing good, chat. One thing to complain about, like I have been permanently Gen Alpha'd, not because I'm trying to de-unk myself, but because I do this on Twitch with you guys for so long. And I am unironically IRL, like a man that looks like me, my age, is not supposed to IRL say, chat, what do you think, when actually talking to normal IRL people. And I've been doing it very often, like, yo, chat, like, what's up with this? Like, chat, I don't get this. Like, I would glitch out that I am that you guys are like on the edge of my eye, communicating to me and telling me that whatever somebody else is telling me is cringe and they are lying to me and that I should run. So yes, you have permanently caused what I would like to title chat schizophrenia in my head. Oh yeah, and later we're gonna just do drama post bullshit, etc., etc. Feel like Ben Empanada has found a new enemy, like this dude. This dude, honestly, he's like I love this dude. Like he's probably like a Nazi and an awful human being. We even have him on this. If this worked, it's broken. I'm literally Hitler's #1 guy. But he's like, my pet monkey. He's like my favorite fascist because he's like entertaining. I like seeing him like Pedro Trotsky. I like, when I look at him, especially in fighting with other right-wingers, which he does very, very commonly, I watch him like this, right? Like, and he's my favorite one in like the cage fighting of right-wing monkeys. He's absolutely my favorite one. So it's this type of scenario. So I'm like, yo, Ben Empanada, don't fuck with my favorite right-winger. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Leave my guy alone, okay? He did nothing wrong except a little bit of anti-Semitism and maybe pedophilia and a little bit of rape and stuff. But allegedly, apparently, I don't know. What am I saying? I don't know. I don't. Ja ne pričam engleski. Ja sam samo jedan dečko ovdje na internetu koji ništa ne razume. Anyways, is this stupid fucking war gonna end? I really hope this stupid fucking war ends. Let's see what this fucking guy has to say about it.
Here's our Russia editor at BBC Monitoring, Vitaly Shevchenko. It was a very, very unusual late-night statement by Vladimir Putin. The media in Moscow were first
almost as unusual as even before we start actually properly streaming, me reminding you that the ad is going to play in exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And if you never want to hear me talk about ads and feel like it relates to you, upgrade your status from lonely, lowly chatter to one of the child soldier army of the true cause that only matters. For $6 a month, free through Prime or by gifting to other chatters, and for every 10 gift subs, I shall donate another 5 from my pocket, for the army must grow and the ads must be taken behind the shed and eloquently shot. Anyways, that's the pitch. 5 gift subs away from another 5. I'm going to stop bothering you with this shit. Let's get into the news.
That he was about to make an important statement, and they had to wait for more than an hour. When he finally appeared, he started talking first about the string of meetings he had with various foreign leaders who visited Moscow for Victory Day on the 9th of May. And then he got to the...
Yeah, he seemed very happy with the turnout, especially with G. They were like best buds. He was like, yo, look, I got the big guy. I got the big guy here. The big guy is here. Everybody, look, the big guy is saying he's on my side. Look at the unit right sitting next to me, okay? He was laughing all the time, and the translator was laughing. Even Xi Jinping, that never fucking laughs, went a few times like, ha, 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 ha.
Most important point in his statement, that Moscow is proposing direct talks with Ukraine, and he said that they need to start without delay as early as next Thursday on the 15th of May in Istanbul. Importantly, Vladimir Putin alluded to previous objections that Moscow voiced to the idea of a ceasefire in Ukraine. He said that nobody needs a peace that leads to more conflict after Ukraine.
Oh yeah, I love when all of them pitch that, you know, they want a temporary peace instead of just a lowly ceasefire. Even though, like, let's fucking face it, both the Western side, the Ukrainian side, and the Russian side will probably restart this conflict at some later point, unless there is, like, at least to me, an unimaginable system put in place which would make sure that it can absolutely never happen.
Ukrainian forces receive more weapons from the West and more fighters. So,
because like all options of guarantees are like out of the window. Like Ukraine will never agree to full demilitarization, and Russia will not agree to, I don't know, Ukraine having nukes or having actual NATO troops deployed on the border, the newly defined border between the two states. Also, there's no Ukrainian political figure that would arguably be willing to sign the official partition of the territories currently under that have fallen from Ukraine into Russia's hands. Because that would be political and maybe quite literal suicide for them. So it's a literal standstill. So if whatever comes out of this is going to be a what do you want to call it? A longer or shorter ceasefire type of deal, but a complete end to this fighting, which would be absolutely beautiful. Don't get me fucking wrong. That's exactly what I want. In my opinion, is not very likely.
It looks like he's trying to pass the ball into Ukraine's court after a meeting.
And of course, Trump is involved in this whole conversation, and he wants to yo, Trump, bro, no, bro, I am trying to negotiate, bro. Aren't we best buds, bro? Stop being like buds with Zelensky, bro. Like, trust me, bro. Yeah, I'm talking to the fucking idiot. Yeah, I'm talking to the... I know, you gotta talk to him like he's an animal, right? Yeah, bro, like, absolutely, bro. I love you, dude.
Of Ukrainian allies in Kiev earlier today, who said that Russia must agree to a full and unconditional ceasefire on Monday, the 12th of May, or more sanctions would be imposed on Russia. So it is possible that this kind of pressure is working and Vladimir Putin is responding to it. Is he dragging his feet yet again? We don't know. But the key takeaway from his statement is that Moscow is seeking talks with Ukraine, and the message to people like Donald Trump would be that we are being constructive here, we're being open here, do not sanction us more.
Vitaly Shevchenko there from BBC Monitoring. So, as we've been hearing, Mr. Putin's comments come just hours after the leaders of Britain, France, Germany and Poland visiting Kiev on Saturday called for a 30-day truce from Monday. From there, our chief political correspondent Henry Zeffman now reports.
Solidarity arriving on the sleeper train.
Are they in a train? Oh my God, why are you LARPing like World War I fucking warrior president generals? Jesus fucking Christ. The only thing Macron conquered was a pedophile lady. The only thing Starmer conquered was the wholesale mass murder of all of his principles. And the fucking German is a German. That's offense enough. So you don't need to come in a train, guys.
Keir Starmer's second visit to Ukraine as Prime Minister, but his first with company.
What do we do now? Kid Starmer more like Kid Starver, am I right?
What now? First, solemnity. These flags at Kiev's Independence Square commemorate Ukraine's war dead. Then a meeting of the Coalition of the Willing.
Yes, these people are fucked up and horrible. The trains are comfy. No, trains are fucking awesome. I fucking love trains, okay? I'm a train supremacist. Best means of transport of all time. But you know, they're doing the thing. You know how most armistice shit, like World War I, World War II, it was always on a train in the middle of no man's territory where all the generals and all the fucking political figures and ministers would come and shit. It's very very photogenic moment that they want to reproduce as true peacemakers who have successfully not managed to create peace. At all, neither in Ukraine or in Gaza for the past more than 3 years. But yeah, but they can still take photos in trains. Still gonna post it on the gram, bro. Okay, the gram is dominating so much that even presidents care about posting stories on Maine rather than ensuring lasting peace.
The rest of its 30 or so members patched in by video link. Today, they agreed on a specific demand.
Since Monday, 12th of May, a full and unconditional ceasefire must start for at least 30 days. We, together, demanded from Russia.
In a week where we commemorated the end of a war in Europe, these European leaders have come here to Kyiv to see a war in Europe. This is a deliberately...
Happy Mother's Day. It's on 8th of March. In my part of the world, but happy Mother's Day to all the mums in chat. You guys literally build our species. Thank you very much for everything you do.
Symbolic visit. It's designed as a response to Putin and his posse of leaders in Moscow the day before. For Ukraine, these days bring clarity. Who's with them and who's against them.
We end our press conference.
But who's America with? President Trump first suggested the 30-day plan. After the group meeting, President Macron got his phone out and dialed him up. Historical moments, the caption read.
Literally, they're posting for the gram, bro. They're posting for the gram. They know that this thing is kind of coming to an end. The European leaders are absolutely cocked, except France to an extent when it comes to larger foreign policy. And by foreign, I mean non-American policy. It's whatever America says goes, and in this particular case, whatever Russia and Ukraine says goes, even though Ukraine a bit less, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you read the situation. In my point, of course, unfortunately, they got troops in their own fucking country. But the rest are just there for a photo op. The rest are not a factor. They are not a factor.
We haven't seen...
Remember when Kid Starver said that he's ready to deploy troops, and literally all of Britain said, "What? Bro, what? Bro, deploy? Bro, we already got like frontline battlefields in London's urban areas. I don't need to deploy and fight over in Ivangorod or Georgigorod over there, okay? I'm getting fucking shanked every day in East End. Let's have a ceasefire in the city of London that is engulfed in constant street warfare, and then we can potentially talk about being deployed in a foreign conflict.
Seen unity like this pretty well throughout the conflict. So to get the European allies, US,
But Russia are
New
saying
Zealand,
shove these peace plans.
Canada, all on one page. Putin, of course, cannot be trusted, but this now is a unified call for an unconditional ceasefire, backed up by
Outflanking Mao to the left, women hold up 75% of the sky. Jesus, you really want to get laid, don't you, Barry? Holy fuck. Holy shit.
sanctions.
What's up, Barry?
Unity, solidarity, willingness, none of these are in doubt. But is it enough to justify these leaders' faith that they can change the course of this war? Henry Zeffman, BBC News, Kyiv.
Our security correspondent Frank Gardner has more.
The response, as we've seen to
This is my favorite part about American news coverage. They're covering a war that involves hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians and Russians. It's British and American people that are analyzing it. We are asking questions only to British and American people. Yo, British or American person, what is your hot take on this this part of the world where people are dying? Like, we are yet to hear a Ukrainian being interviewed or a Russian being interviewed. And let me see to the end. Yeah, of course not. Not a single one.
Today's call for a full 30 days.
Dude, remember what Boris said in the House of Commons, that they are going to send weapons right when the whole thing started, and no one questioned him? On the contrary, Starmer enthusiastically supported the thing. Yeah. Not a single blemish in the environs of these important people discussing a bloody war without a single shot off the actual war. Yep. Not gonna lie, Russia being glazed here. They are on one side of the table against all the major Western powers, and Russia gets to set terms. Of course they are. They definitely are. They definitely are. But that's the current American administration's approach to potentially ending the conflict, by milking as much resources out of Ukraine as possible, because they are playing Ukraine on a neutral playing field, and the Russians as well. That's the only way you can extract the most out of the deal for Americans. So if you're in an America first mentality or whatever the fuck, that's the approach you need to have, and that's what the Trump administration has.
Ceasefire by Ukraine and its allies is this extraordinary late night press conference that President Putin called in Moscow, where he has said, I want direct talks with Ukraine on Thursday. The Kremlin is very good at muddying the waters like this, because they've not agreed to this 30-day ceasefire that everyone here was demanding, and instead President Putin said, let's address the root causes of this conflict. Now, Russia's idea of the root causes of this conflict are very different from the West's idea of the root causes. Putin sees the problem as Ukraine being lured into the West. He doesn't want Ukraine joining the EU or NATO or looking westwards. He wants it back in Moscow's sphere of influence, in the way that Belarus is, and that he would like other countries to be, that used to be former members of the Soviet Union.
And America wants the same thing. I'm not doing Russia defense here, but it's like the European Union also wants the same thing. It's called imperial warfare over potential future colonies. Only up until recently, we didn't really believe that, Ukraine would be treated as a de facto financial colony of the West. We only thought that they would be used as eternal supply of soldiers to die at the front and destabilize Russia as much as possible. Now we know that that was not enough. Them giving their blood, sweat, and tears for their own country was not enough. No, now they will have to give up so many of their natural resources as well over to the Yanks, even if peace is achieved or if peace is not achieved.
I'm not optimistic that that is going to work, but President Putin has pointed out that there were direct talks back in 2022, soon after the full-scale invasion in Istanbul, between Ukraine and Russia, and he says the West made Ukraine walk away from those talks. There is an element of truth in that, but so...
Which is what I've been saying, like, from the absolute beginning of this whole fucking thing. I very openly supported Ukraine and its absolute right to fight against a state which, even with all the sometimes relatively well-argued points on security issues, etc., should never have fucking entered an open conflict with its neighbor through quite literal invasion. But the whole time, the main thing that I was screaming is do not trust the Americans, because they will fucking not stab you in the back. They will carve out your thigh or your fucking arm, and they will start planting flags in it as well. You are choosing one occupier over another. But then a great counter-argument to this statement of mine, which I've heard being raised and which is relatively correct, was, did they really have any other choice? It was only the Americans who were willing to supply weaponry in order for them to fight. That is why conflicts, especially in post-internationalist societies, are de facto lose-lose for all parties involved.
Much has changed since then,
and some might say, oh, but how is it lose-lose if Russia ends up taking up part of the territories, and those territories become like internationally recognized as part of Russia, etc., etc. We are not fucking liberals. We are not neocons. That's not how we look at. That's not how we define lose-lose. It's lose-lose for the Russian people as well, because they've lost hundreds of thousands of their fucking sons for what? Some fucking mineral mines and raw dirt in eastern Ukraine. Fuck you. That's why it's lose-lose. Whenever I say it's lose-lose, it's win-win, it's whatever the fuck, I look at it from the premise, from the perspective of everyday, regular, working fucking people of those countries. And this whole war was lose-lose for both of them.
Country, Ukraine, has come under absolute vicious bombardment day in, day
Context! We hate context!
out. So many people...
The curse of my political coverage my whole life has been that. Jesus Christ.
Being killed, as they have on...
And I say this as literally, like the airsoft game I was fucking playing, that airsoft game had literal Ukrainian war veterans playing in the fucking thing. And they were playing with Russian civvies, like Russian dudes. Not a single ounce of hatred. Not a single fucking ounce of hatred. They're like, you have nothing to do with the fact I had to go fight in the war. Even the 3 Ukrainian dudes that were in the fucking airsoft team, 2 of them are like proud of their military service. One of them is like, nah, they dragged me by my fucking feet. I never wanted to go fucking shoot at motherfuckers. The fuck, I don't give a shit. I live in dirt poverty in my country, and now it wants me to fight for it? For fucking what? Right? Different perspectives, different people, different destinies, all fucking unfortunate. Lose fucking lose.
On the Russian side of the front lines too, and Ukraine has developed its own very effective drone industry where it's able to do long-range strikes deep into Russia. It's even been able to get its drones to penetrate Moscow's air defenses. So a lot's moved on, and I think the gap between the two sides, Russia and Ukraine, is as...
Be right back. Dying for Raytheon and mineral companies. Second largest ethnicity of the Red Army was Ukrainian. It breaks my heart to think about all the Red Army vets looking at the current conflict, saying their grandsons and granddaughters being Nazis fighting other Nazis.
Wide as ever. There is no common ground.
What do you make of...
This conflict is sadder than that, because Nazis fighting other Nazis would be, we're like, haha, look at the monkeys fight. But this is regular people fighting regular people from for a borderline de-ideologized conflict.
This, at a time of the softening, apparent softening of the US position, it appears that the coalition of the willing, as it's called, within Europe has tightened.
I'm saying it's like even worse than that. That's what I'm saying.
And strengthened.
Yes, I mean, yesterday was partly symbolic that you got the first time 4 leaders of major European countries all arrived here at the same time in Kyiv to show their support the day after Moscow's victory parade, which, by the way, you know, I agree with you. I think it was a success for President Putin, that parade. He's not as isolated as the West would like. You know, the West may not like...
Yeah, the West remembered that the international community is not just like 12 Western countries.
Like some of the
planet where 150 plus countries exist. Ha ha ha, fucking hilarious.
Some of the policies that people who were there, people like Maduro of Venezuela, but nevertheless, he's not isolated. So the pressure is on diplomatically. President Putin knows he's got to respond. He has responded with his counteroffer. But I think once people wake up here in Ukraine, it's still...
To the degree the ideology being fought over is imperialism, it doesn't serve anyone but the bourgeois. I meant de-ideologized for the soldiers on the ground. The soldiers on the ground are fucking vetted, and they're told, go fight, okay? Sure, there's a couple of volunteers here and there, some with justifiable motivation, some with not so much. But for the everyday soldier, they're not like Wehrmacht soldiers that think they need to go and conquer the enemy subhuman in order to expend Lebensraum or some bullshit like that. And of course, at this point, there's massive, even ethnic hatred between the two peoples because of what is happening. That's what happens in every single part of the world.
Pretty early, and it's a Sunday, obviously. Once we get full responses, I'm pretty sure Ukraine is going to dismiss Russia's reaction to this, saying, no, look,
the same way you should dismiss the ad that is going to play in exactly 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Blaze, 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 brother, 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 oh my God, kumbaya, brother. Do not watch the ad. Become a subscriber for $6 a month, or for free through Prime, or by gifting and oiling me the fuck up. And for every 10 oils, I will supply another 5 barrels. For today, I am literally America. Thank you very much. Avoid the ad in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Elevate yourself to true child soldier status. Thank you very much, God.
Been given a clear choice here. Sign up to a full 30-day comprehensive ceasefire tomorrow, Monday, starting then on land and sea and air. If you don't, you face bigger sanctions. Now, there's no question that countries like the UK and France would like to impose those tougher sanctions and increase military aid to Ukraine. The big unknown is what's going on inside Donald Trump's head. Because as you heard from from Professor Fish there, Donald Trump likes Putin. They've got a history going back. He wants to do business with Putin. President Trump wants to get US businesses back into Russia. He wants a deal. And so who knows which way it's going to go? Is he going to get tough? Is he going to deliver on his earlier threat of secondary sanctions, of punishing countries that buy Russian oil, important countries like China and India? Or is he going to have more direct talks, send Steve Witkoff off to Moscow or St. Petersburg again, to be embraced literally with open arms by Vladimir Putin?
Potential like these, the sanctioning of Russia after this war or during a ceasefire would be like the greatest fucking W for the Russian Federation ever. And saying it's not a massive W is pure fucking cope. Because, first of all, because of the sanctions, they needed to reindustrialize in key sectors that remained forgotten because they relied on imports. So they developed further self-reliance in spheres that they had no self-reliance in 3 years ago. And now if the sanctions are lifted, they plus get access to the open market and have increased self-reliance because they were forced into that increased self-reliance. And on top of that, they now when rejoining the Western open market, they have already established very strong connections with the Indian market, with the Chinese market, with the Brazilian market, etc., etc. So they will have a far wider logistical platform from which to operate when it comes to who they choose to take on as trade partners or not. It would unironically be 5D chess. If all sanctions at one point are removed, the Russian economy long-term will come out of it with far outweighing benefits than minuses.
And cut a
BRICS coming in clutch, unironically.
deal over the heads of Ukraine and its European allies. That's the big unknown here.
Frank Gardner there. Steve Fish is a professor of political science at the University of California, Berkeley, and author of Democracy.
Sanctions copying the homework of overstretched antibiotics. I'm not sure what overstretched antibiotics mean, but it's a decent allegory. Basically, Russia had a bunch of colds, but it did not have access to antibiotics. So it had to go through all of those diseases without antibiotics, which was difficult. They could have died, but they didn't die. So now their immune system is tough as a motherfucker. And imagine if you then, again, open access to antibiotics, which is the allegory for access to Western markets and so on, after having boosted your immune system to such an extent by surviving without antibiotics for 3 years. You get my point? You get my point.
Derailed in Russia, the failure of open politics. He gave me his take on why President Putin had suddenly called for these talks with Ukraine.
Well, Putin is now been set back on his heels. Putin always assumed that Europe didn't have real leaders and that Europeans weren't willing to sacrifice anything for Ukraine. He's now seeing that that might not be true. Europe is actually proving so far to actually have leaders. 4 leaders plus Zelensky who are willing to step up and stand up to Putin. This is something.
Oh my God. Okay, fucking California guy. Jesus fucking Christ. He lit like what I talked about earlier. Like these dudes just are taking Instagram photos and they think it's acting tough in the geopolitical arena to, travel by train. And this guy's like, yeah, look, like they went there and they took photos and they're wiggling fingers because that's the only thing the Europeans are doing. They wiggle fingers. They say, Britain is ready to deploy troops, knowing that it cannot. Oh, France is willing to deploy troops, willing that they cannot. It's all like, how are you a professor, my guy? I mean, I know how you are a professor. I have a fucking political science degree. Half of my fucking chud professors were exactly this. Just fucking virtue signaling. It's like, this guy said this said this. But professor, did they do anything? No, but they were standing in solidarity. But what does standing in solidarity mean when it does not translate into something material? It just means fucking speeches. That's what the fuck it means. The immune system is like a suit of armor. It protects you, but it'll get weaker the more it protects you. You got to give it time to get repaired by your body to get stronger. Yep, but it still applies to my Russia allegory.
I think Putin.
By the way, know that I've only taken antibiotics once in my life. I'm very blessed. Thank you. I'm blessed both with chat, with Oilers. I'm looking at you, Oilers. And with this fucking genetic unit of a body. No, very lucky. I'm very privileged in that regard.
Putin wasn't anticipating. And they seem willing even to basically fill the gap that the United States has created by withdrawing as strong a support from Ukraine as it had under the Biden.
I'm sorry if I'm giving some Americans, even though it's very early for them, I don't think we have many Americans. If I'm giving you immediate brain hemorrhage, because outside of the States, it is not common to get antibiotics prescribed for fucking everything. Okay, there you go. I've taken antibiotics once or twice in my life, Anne. Right? That's kind of normal, okay? You're, if you are able to without dying, you should like sit out the common cold. Maybe you don't need to take what amounts to, I don't know, 20 liters of vodka damage on your liver just because you're doing a little bit of sneezy, okay? Okay. I know I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure Hakeem would agree with me.
Administration. This is what Putin is worried about. Putin is also a little bit worried that maybe his control over Trump is less complete than it used to be. We have to remember that Trump is...
If India is a subcontinent, why isn't every Indian sub to Yugopnik?
Putin's boy. He has been all the way back to 2016. Trump thinks...
True questions. You're asking the hard-hitting questions.
...that Putin helped him get elected, which he did to begin with. He wants to...
Yeah, but Hakeem also doesn't drink vodka. I think he literally joked to me once. He's like, I have people with liver disease coming in that never drink. And it's because they fucking, eat the greasiest of fucking food or self-medicate so fucking hard that... that shit has more scar tissue than a fucking Ivan that wakes up with a shot.
Putin has. He admires Putin. But recently, Trump has discovered that he can make, as much money as he wants from his time in office out of, cryptocurrency schemes and things like that. And it might be coming clear to Trump now he doesn't need Putin for an additional several billion. He doesn't need Putin's support. He might see himself now as bigger than Putin. Oddly enough, although that's a strange way to get here, this might actually...
Bro, why are we doing psychoanalysis? Aren't you a fucking puss?
Soften the unequivocality of Trump's support for Putin, and Putin senses that as well. That's what's going on here.
Putin
But if you look to the last few days in Victory Day and the parade that we saw in Russia and Moscow, it doesn't look as if President...
By the way, of course, I'm not as a master statesman, he is a very interesting historical figure, Putin, but I'm far from I'm not a fan of a single president that exists on planet Earth except maybe Xi Jinping. But I have to say, I don't know if you know this. Dude, I'm going to bring back some memories. No, this is not 3 years old. This is at least 10-year-old song. It's at least 10-year-old song. You know this? I'm gonna fucking melt your eardrums right now. Are you fucking ready? Oh, I love showing you niche internet shit that you haven't seen before.
I go hard like Vladimir Putin. Go hard like Vladimir Putin. I go hard like Vladimir Putin. Go hard like Vladimir Putin. I go hard like...
Again, this is not an endorsement. We endorse nothing, but it goes hard.
Vladimir Putin. Go hard like Vladimir Putin. I go hard like Vladimir Putin. Go hard like Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. Niggas don't know what I put in. Instead, they be out there hating that them boy, them now, them a ranting. Cause I go hard like Vladimir Putin. I'm talking that talk and I'm walking that walk. Nigga got green like Incredible Hulk. You're talking that talk but not walking that walk.
Holy fuck, are they glazing my boy?
Like a Muslim, usher eating that pork. Looking at my other mirror. Now it's time to turn up here. Put in work like Vladimir. Yeah, I'm the hottest here. I go hard like Vladimir Putin. Go hard like Vladimir Putin.
Why am I bopping? I need to stop bopping. This is a cancelable offense. But yeah, I mean, fuck. I don't fucking know. It's a bop. Kill me for acknowledging that a problematic song is a bop. Okay? And it's also 10 years old, so I think it's even before the Little Green Men. So I don't know.
Putin is particularly...
This clipped out of context will ruin my life.
...isolated on the world stage, much less so, for example, than he was 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, the main difference is that Trump is in office and Trump sides with Putin. That's the main difference. When it comes to isolation among other powers, what we've seen actually is Europe again really stand up. We've seen East Asian democracies, Japan, stand up. Japan is now saying that it's going to share intelligence with Ukraine. We've seen most of the world's rich leading democracies siding unequivocally with Ukraine and reinforcing their support for Ukraine now that American support seems to have softened under Trump. The fact that, you know...
Also, do you know this? Wait, come on. Talking about controversial bops. I think it's this song.
Why do you keep calling this the Chinese virus?
It comes from China. That's why.
Shit crazy as hell. What's going on the news?
Sweet.
Hey, babe, pay me that phone. Trey, y'all quit jumping on that couch, bro. Hello?
What's up, Doc? What you been doing?
Shit, listening to the president talking about the Chinese flu, and just like everybody else, nigga, I've been quarantining with my biscotti, lemon tree, and promethazine. I know my garbage man sick of seeing empty pint bottles. FaceTime every day with my sister, auntie, and mama. Love ya. Fuck it, make a Corona baby with baby mama. Fuck. Last night I was up 4 in the morning, oil in my chopper. Fuck. I needed some time off anyway, so it ain't no problem. Fuck it. Independent, so I'm
Never thought to listen to Young Dolph on here. Why?
Eat anyway, regardless. Fuck it. Trey happy as fuck, cause daddy been home every day. Ari happy as fuck, cause daddy home, she get her way. Called my nigga and told him, man, I'm finna spend $6 million on stocks. He said, when? Hell yeah.
Thank you, handsome Mark.
Nigga, me too, cause that's how we rock. My president is Trump, in my Lambo blue. This $350,000 Sonic is too.
Is that problematic? Yes. Is it a fucking insane bar? Also, yes. Those two things can exist at the same time. Let's hear it again, shall we?
Said when? Hell yeah. Nigga, me too, cause that's how we rock. My president is Trump, in my Lambo blue. This $350,000 Sonic is too. I'm enjoying this time right now, so I don't give a fuck. I heard Trump about to take us to war, so I went and bought 2 army trucks.
I heard Trump was gonna take us to war, so I went and I bought 2 army trucks. So good! Fuck! Why is it so good? Fuck! He's not endorsing Trump, he's just saying what's happening, and he's being semi-ironic and shit. Come on, you don't politicize everything. Be grass touchers. I love you, chat. Come on.
Oh, God, please watch over the nurses and doctors on the front line. God, please. I can't wait till the clouds gone and we get sunshine. Real life shit, nigga. Fuck a punchline. Fuck all that. Got my guala 24/7, not sometime.
It's very good. It's very good. Anyways, back to the news. There you go. Musical hour with Hugo. I educate you on more things than just political theory.
Trump can get South Africa or Brazil to vote with it in some UN resolution. It means something, but it really isn't as big a deal as what Putin is now seeing Europe do and East Asia do as well.
East Asia.
Professor Fish there.
I'm Michael Smerconish in Philadelphia.
Oh my God, white Eggman fucking Jumskare. No, not the Jumskare. I am Jumskared. I am officially scarred.
We have international breaking news. First out of Kyiv, President Zelensky and European leaders are calling for a 30-day truce with Russia starting on Monday. And we've also just learned of a ceasefire between Pakistan and India. CNN international diplomat.
World peace is coming, and it only took Trump 6 months. Ha ha ha. No, that would be funny. That would be kind of hilarious. Bro, thank you for all the information you put out. Really appreciate all the work you do. No, thank you very much for your subscription. I would not be able to do absolutely any of this without beautiful people like yourself. So thank you very much.
Diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is in Islamabad. CNN chief global affairs correspondent Matthew Chance is in New Delhi, India. And CNN chief international security correspondent Nick Payton Walsh is in Kyiv. We'll start with Nick Payton Walsh in Kyiv. Nick, tell us how this all unfolded.
My name is Kate Tice.
Important to stress, this is a seismic moment in the largest land war in Europe since the 40s.
New this morning, the ceasefire between India and Pakistan.
Jesus, it's a great day for bold men. Holy fuck, I might be reconsidering that Turkey trip, bruh.
It is holding. There was
back-to-back 2 bold dudes.
Celebrations in the streets of Pakistan once the ceasefire was announced. It was around 5 p.m. in India and Pakistan. The ceasefire ended their 4 days of direct military strikes. President Trump announced the truce and took credit for it.
Of course.
But there have been conflicting claims about the degree to which the U.S. was involved. We are covering this from all angles for you.
Which we are only covering because the Republicans are currently in power, but we would have taken it at face value if Kamala said it. Ooh, Hugo. Such eloquent political analysis. You're calling CNN a hypocrite? That's why I make the big bucks, okay? That's why I make the big dinero.
We have CNN's Nick Robertson in Islamabad, Pakistan, and we have Matthew Chance in New Delhi. Nick, we're starting with you, and today a day of celebration there.
Yeah, a day of Thanksgiving. That's what the country is calling it. To give gratitude to Allah, to thank the troops, to get that sense of national unity. And I think it is fair to say that Pakistanis feel not only relieved, because let's not forget here, this was a very intense war at certain moments. India striking deeper and more extensively into Pakistan than they have done in 50 years. The countries have fought several wars previously over issues in Kashmir. Every time Pakistan loses, and recently it had really felt isolated from the international community, that India was sort of looming over them, and you get a sense of this now from what we're hearing from politicians, and the thanks that they're giving to President Trump. President Trump in his post today said that he will help Pakistan and India to deal with their issues over Kashmir. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs today released a statement saying that they were grateful for President Trump and his team's involvement in the negotiations, that they looked forward to being able to find that support going forward. And I think it's also worth noting.
Imagine in an alternate universe, Trump called up Modi and he was like, yo, bomb the shit out of Pakistan and then agreed to a ceasefire. And I'm going to say I did it. And we're going to be best buds forever. Like the false flag operation of all false flag operations, because usually false flag operations are done in order to, destabilize a particular country. But imagine if the Trump administration has taken up the American intelligence service to such an extent that it just uses it as a personal PR tool. That would be the funniest timeline, bro.
Here that it's not just the United States that officials here have been thanking. It has been Turkey, it has been the UAE, it's been
We're covering both sides, or really, why is everyone British?
Saudi Arabia, the Greeks called up the other day. China, a massive and stalwart ally whose military made a huge difference in the aerial dogfights of the fighter jets and the missiles supplied to Pakistan. Military lessons learned by both sides in this 4-day conflict. But I think where Pakistan emerges today recognizes that it has huge challenges still in dealing with India going forward, particularly on the issue of Kashmir, particularly on the issue of the water, that the treaty that India says it's going to continue to abrogate and not supply vital water to Pakistan. And I think on that...
Here Pakistan downed a bunch of planes, Western-made planes, using some Chinese equipment. Yeah, but I love how the coverage of that is that, through Chinese assistance. Like when Western countries sell planes to other countries and then those Western planes hit particular targets, I mean, that's them piloting the plane. It's not Western assistance. And I would agree, that wouldn't be Western assistance. They just bought the fucking planes. But when they buy Chinese planes and then do the same thing, it's Chinese assistance. Like if I take my made in China IKEA knife and I stab my neighbor, who is very annoying, by the way. I hope you can hear me, motherfucker. It's gonna be like, Yugopnik kills neighbor with Chinese assistance.
Very intriguing.
And then extra sus, if an anonymous gift sub comes in that same day, I'm like, oh my god.
An interesting question of the role that the United States played in. They saw something troubling. They piled in the diplomatic effort, both with India and Pakistan, working with both countries to resolve this and bring a ceasefire that teetered even to the last minute. Pakistan thanks the United States for their engagement. India says, no, this was all done unilaterally between India and Pakistan. Historically, India does not want to internationalize the issue of Kashmir and other issues as well between the two countries. Not clear why, but the quick analysis might be that India fears having other international players involved.
India fears that it will get the craziest fucking horrible international PR when people understand that it's basically an occupied mini apartheid state. That's what India fears.
Perhaps tips the balance against them, but certainly Pakistan feels that the balance has tipped towards them in terms of international support after what's happened over the past 4 days.
All right, Nick Robertson for us there in Islamabad. That takes us right now to Matthew Chan, CNN's chief global affairs correspondent. Matthew, and this is the right segue into you, because there was so much gratitude from the Pakistani prime minister to the president and the U.S. administration. India says not only did the U.S. not play a major role here, no one will come in from outside.
That's why it's not a false flag, chat, because India's like, yo, they didn't play a role. If it was a false flag, then India would be like, yes, thank you. Go hard like President Trump. Go hard like President Trump. Thank you so much.
Thank
you very much, Cup.
These two countries to negotiate Kashmir.
Negotiation.
Well, that's right. There's definitely been a distinct, different emphasis here in India in terms of the role the United States played. And there are a couple of reasons for that. One of them, as Nick was just saying, is that here in India there's a long-standing refusal to participate in or allow international mediation when it comes to the dispute over Kashmir. It's been a long-running dispute. It's been going on for many decades, really for nearly 78 years, in fact. Since the early days of the foundation of the state of India. And from the outset, India has categorically refused, or at least in recent years, India has categorically refused to engage in negotiations. That's one of the reasons why it's been so reluctant to acknowledge there was a US brokering aspect of this latest ceasefire. There's also nationalistic reasons as well. India has, a very strong nationalistic body of support, and it didn't want to project.
By the way, if you want much better coverage than this, watch yesterday's stream, which will at some point go on the Yugopnik live channel. I still haven't posted the Freda interview. Once this one is done, I'm going to start releasing them weekly, because I'm planning on doing at least one interview every week, every Saturday if possible, and then release it on the Yugopnik live channel regularly. The reason I'm mentioning it now is not as just a stupid plug, but because we talked to a brilliant Indian comrade on the current India-Pakistan situation, as some peoples would call it, situation. And you'll get more info than these British fucking talking heads, is what I'm saying.
That this peace was in some way imposed upon it from an outside power. The message, the narrative that the Indian government very much wants to put across to its own people is that this was something that was its initiative, something that it agreed to do on its own terms. And I think that's why there's a real difference in the narratives coming out of India and Pakistan right now
Trump
on
and my Lambo
why this
blue.
ceasefire and how this ceasefire took shape.
Matthew Chance for us there in New Delhi. Matthew, thank you. Let's dig deeper now into the India-Pakistan ceasefire.
Okay, we got it.
The meeting between the Chinese and American representatives in Switzerland is highly anticipated, as it is the first face-to-face meeting between the two sides since the Trump administration announced sweeping tariffs back in April. But perhaps the most pressing question ahead of these talks is, who made the first move? Who picked up the phone first?
Thank you, Kazuhira Wave, for the 3-month sub. That is very kind of you. Thank you very, very much, and welcome, fellow child soldier.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent offered little to no information. His response:
be like Kazuki right here and subscribe for $6 a month free through Prime and avoid the ad that is going to play in 4 minutes. Allow us to reach the 2,000 subscriber point, at which level we can be completely ad-free and elevate your chat status level. Thank you for even considering it.
Evasive at best.
Also, 10 gift subs equals 15. We are 5 gift subs away from me giving another 5. So yes, 5 gift subs actually equals 10 for the next 5 gift subs.
We don't. Who?
And of course the US fucking initiated. Are you fucking kidding me?
Picked up the phone first.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent offered little to no information. His response, evasive at best.
We don't want to decouple. What we want is fair trade.
But who made the first call? Like in a dating world, like who makes the first call here today?
There are lots of calls, Laura, is that...
Okay, if they had made if they hadn't made the first call, they would say we didn't make the first call. That means that they didn't make the first call, the fact that he cannot say. Sorry, but that's the rule. I just invented it. That's the rule.
There isn't a first call.
The message from the Chinese side, however,
there was a first call,
was straightforward and to the point. Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Lin Jian said on social media that the meeting between Chinese and the U.S. senior officials on economic matters was requested by the U.S. side.
If you take a look at the bigger pictures, it is rather obvious why the U.S. has requested this meeting and initiated a small yet vital step in resolving economic differences.
Cook it! Cook it, America, cook it! Art of the deal, cook it!
Keep in mind, this was brought on by the U.S. themselves.
According to CNBC, in the first quarter of the year, U.S. GDP shrank by 0.3%, and it is largely due to the uncertainties stemming from Trump's tariffs. China's economy has grown by 5.4%. The country has prepared for uncertainties by implementing measures aimed at fostering domestic consumption and stabilizing foreign trade.
That he could impose tariffs on China, but also keep the door open to conversations. China's strategy has been to keep that door open to conversations, but to meet U.S. measures with countermeasures immediately, assuredly.
U.S. market saw a positive rebound when the meeting...
You're albino, but due to the hat, you look like a monkey. Ooga booga. Of course I am a monkey. I'm a proud fucking ooga booga. Let's fucking go. Monkey strong. Monkey strong.
It was announced earlier this week. Reuters described the meeting as an icebreaker. But for China, the narrative is more prudent. In a commentary piece, The People's Daily writes that it is unrealistic to resolve the problem by having one or two talks, as China is clearly aware of the complexity of this issue.
Albeit having managed expectation, having the two largest economies sit down and talk, or even talk about talking, is progress. China's stance has been clear and consistent, facing uncertainties with its own certainties.
Wow, deep, facing uncertainties with its own certainties. So yeah, chat, what do you think, chat? Who called it? Who called them up first? Who called up first, chat? The Chinese said, "Yo, Trump, what up?" Or vice versa. I mean, it's obvious. The Chinese literally said it. They don't give a fuck, bro. They do not give a single flying fucking shit. They literally said, yeah, they called us up first. They got cooked. They got cooked hard.
No
USA. Why is Trump frustrated with Netanyahu?
one was happier to see Trump elected than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But
what in the TikTok on YouTube format is this, brother?
is that still the case? Trump's first term had delivered major wins for Israel. The scrapping of the Iran nuclear deal, the assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, the Abraham Accords with the Gulf states, and the moving of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. Netanyahu expected more of the same from Trump's return. And it seemed that way at first, with Trump removing Biden's sanctions on some violent settlers in the occupied West Bank and lifting Biden's hold on 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. But despite the initial honeymoon, Israel Hayom reported that relations have reached a low point with mutual disappointment on both sides.
Trouble in paradise. They both want the stage, but cannot share. And the stage is genocide. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Now, as Trump hints at a big announcement
Ivanka about to become a Chinese citizen
to come on Gaza, and reports say he's pressuring Israel for a ceasefire, the president seems to have lost his patience with the Israeli premier and is making policy choices for the both of them. First was the Witkoff effect in January, when Trump's envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, pulled Netanyahu.
I fucking said it. The best praxis you can do on the internet when it comes to gaslighting the U.S. State Department into not supporting Israel is literally just constantly writing posts about how Netanyahu is constantly cucking Trump and how Trump cannot do anything without Netanyahu. And I understand that to an extent, unless done properly, it can have anti-Semitic undertones like herder the Jews or controlling American government. That's obviously not what we're saying. It's fucking stupid. But putting the premise out there and spamming the internet so that it eventually blows up so much that it reaches Trump's, press agents and shit will definitely do more than almost anything else to inspire him to mellow out on his close relationship to the Israeli state.
Netanyahu into a meeting on Shabbat.
But then on the other side, as we all know, foreign policy has no precedence in the United States. It is constant and unflinching. The only thing that can change from administration to administration is the intensity at which the imperial overreach develops.
And forced him to agree to a ceasefire deal he'd spent months rejecting. But the Trump administration has also been holding talks without Israel and with some of its staunchest opponents. Axios revealed in March that the US had been holding secret direct talks with Hamas without telling Israel. Then in April, the US and Iran began talks to limit Iran's nuclear program in exchange for the removal of US sanctions in their highest level contact since 2018, surprising Netanyahu with the news at a press conference. It's a similar deal to the one Israel encouraged Trump to scrap in 2018. With the US set to enter its fourth round of talks soon, Trump has said the deal is well on its way. But Israel's Channel 12 has reported that Israel is deeply concerned that talks are very, very advanced, that they will reach a bad deal that doesn't meet Israel's conditions, and that the US is not sharing enough information with Israel on key points, all of which it says is deeply disturbing. Israel had drawn up plans to strike Iran's nuclear facilities in May, but Trump rejected these, preferring a diplomatic rather than military approach. And Israel couldn't conduct the plans without US assistance. But it's not just Iran. One Israeli official said the country was blindsided by Trump announcing a ceasefire with the Houthis on Wednesday, days after the group's attack on Israel's Ben Gurion airport. Despite the Houthis saying that they would continue attacking Israel, Israeli representatives were unable to obtain information from White House officials until a full 24 hours after Trump's announcement. The US has been pursuing major policy initiatives without including Israel. It's talked with Hamas over the release of American captives, it's talking with Iran on limiting its nuclear program, and it's talked with the Houthis about their disruption of international shipping rather than their attacks on Israel. It's not a surprise, it's Trump's America First doctrine, which is also why his upcoming visit to the Middle East includes Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar, but not Israel, despite its requests. Can't offer Trump.
Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. Israel.
Trump the kind of deals he's hoping to sign in the Gulf. Or, as one senior Republican senator put it to an Israeli politician, why should he go to Israel? To help these
He said that once.
deals, Trump has reportedly removed normalization with Israel as a condition for granting Saudi Arabia access to civil nuclear power, which had been a key point in Biden's planned deal. Instead, the Trump administration has warned Israel that it would be excluded from any US-Saudi deals if it did not end its war on Gaza. Haaretz reported on Friday that Trump has pressured Israel to reach a ceasefire with Hamas before next week's visit, warning that Israel would be left on its own if it did not join the US in making progress. Unlike the Gulf, Israel seems to be losing, not gaining, connections with the Trump administration. Jared Kushner, who played a key role between the two countries in Trump's first term, has stayed away from politics in Trump's second term. Israel's typical strategy of pressuring US presidents by using other politicians as counterweights has not worked either. Netanyahu and his strategic affairs minister Ron Dermer thought they had a back channel into the White House via former national security advisor Mike Waltz, who was a traditional Republican foreign policy hawk. But Trump dismissed Waltz for coordinating with Israel about potentially striking Iran without him. The rest of Trump's cabinet believed that the US should either reduce its force abroad or redirect it to China. And whereas Netanyahu used congressional Republicans to try and corner Obama, he can't do the same now. Republicans are all loyal to Trump, and so there's
Tucker Carlson doctrine is going to end up being the most influential doctrine of this administration, and that's the funniest thing. The only thing that they're missing out of the Tucker Carlson doctrine, basically Tucker Carlson's 101 instruction on what the United States Department needs to do, the only thing missing is their treatment of Israel in particular. Become closer to Russia. Do not play in its background to potentially redefine it as an ally. Solidify neutrality with Iran and other states that, from Tucker's perspective, you're only enemies with because of Israel. stop doing horrible PR to the United States and serving, usually under some anti-Semitic undertone, unfortunately, Israeli interests, etc., etc. This is the classic Tucker pitch. But I don't think they can really pull out of the Israel relation. But if they did, that would be like 100% on par with Tucker Carlson shit. Like, you know, don't spend that much money on NATO, leave the Eurocucks to fend for themselves. They fucking mean nothing anyways. They're irrelevant, etc., etc. All like Tucker Carlson doctrines.
There's no one to outflank the president with from the right. The two remain in cooperation over Iran nuclear talks and plans to bring...
Yeah, he's been quite outspoken, but even before Trump won, Tucker is... like literally, like he actually has an ideology. He has a worldview. Like he's, and I'm willing to die on a hill for this. He's not just in it for the grift. Like Tucker's a true believer in this class collaborationist idea of the renewal of American imperialism through the redefining of who America's allies and enemies are in the long term, etc., etc. He's CIA. He tried to be CIA, blah, blah, blah. What a whole fucking video on him. Tucker Carlson, Yugopnik, just fucking go and watch it.
Bring aid into Gaza, for example. But the US seems to be making its own decisions on the region, leaving Israel to catch up afterwards. It seems Netanyahu is finding out that America first really does mean America first.
He's a class-conscious reactionary. That's who Tucker is. He understands the class dichotomy, and he fully addresses it. It's number one. Through pitches to, you know, class collaboration and so on, the way smarter fascists do it. And when it comes to long-term American foreign policy, he just sees the true dead end that the current one is because of China's burgeoning power. And he believes that a much larger counterweight to China needs to be developed, and they can only be done through America's redrawing of who it considers its allies and adversaries of being.
Even for its closest ally.
Various prominent neocon or neo-Nazi talking heads, who would you consider the grifters and who to be true believers? I mean, give me a list of people and I can shoot. 90% of them are grifters. 90% of everyone in every field is a grifter, I feel like. It's unfortunate. Okay, let's learn more about Ibrahim Traore from an African source. I literally found African JT, like unironically. Check out the style of the channel. It's pretty cool. I love the second thought like approach. But check out the style. Like this is second thought. Like I'm not even kidding. Let's learn about Ibrahim. Shall we, brothers, sisters, and NBs? Let us begin. It is education time. We'll sit and we educate ourselves.
There's a revolution happening in this region of Africa. Between August 2020 and July 2023, the quartet of Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso and Niger all saw their respective governments overthrown by men in uniform, hoping to bring some positive change to their countries. These coups led to Western powers getting kicked out of the African continent in an embarrassing fashion. What followed next was the creation of an alliance that has since been the source of trouble to Western leaders, especially when it comes to this tiny landlocked country known as Burkina Faso. And the man behind all these sleepless nights for the West is this guy, Captain Ibrahim Traore.
I call him the king of aura, okay? The absolute king of aura. Did you see how this fucking guy, like, arrived in Moscow? Did you see how this guy arrived in Moscow? I don't think you guys saw how he arrived. Wait, like... Come on, give me just a shot. Look at how he arrived in Moscow. Fucking aura farming so hard. With the dudes! With fellow Yugopniks.
Ibrahim Traore just landed in Russia. He is in Moscow to participate in the May 9th...
This is like a diplomatic interaction. He's coming in with the troops. Immediately with the troops. With the core, like, Burkina aesthetic, bro. Like, just straight out of the plate.
Captain Ibrahim Traore just landed in Russia. He is in Moscow to participate in the May 9th Victory Day celebrations. A highly symbolic
They're in masks and shit.
event commemorating Russia's victory in World War II. This visit underscores a growing relationship between Burkina Faso and Russia.
Look at this! No suits, no bullshit, no like, woo, look at me, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Just, yo, what up? We base this shit. The world is watching, and the world should stay the fuck away from our resources. Hardcore aura farming. Impressive aura farming.
Reflecting Traore.
By the way, hype train. If we get to level 3, I start the Chinese TikTok. Every 10 gift subs equals 15 gift subs. Put bread in my mouth, make yourself feel good, and make this channel sustainable. Yee. Let's aura farm in our own way. From one masked G to another masked G. No, I would never compare myself to this aura. Jesus Christ.
Diversify his nation's international partnerships.
Let's fucking go, Red Edge Planet, and rock and motherfucking roll out with the 10 giftos. Let's fucking go. That means another 5 is coming in for me, brother. Yeah. Paint the chat purple as we learn about this fucking legend. Nah. I love money, but I hate ads more. And we're level 3. That means TikTok from China. For those of you who are new here on this channel, whenever there is a hype train, whenever there is a good old hype train, we watch Chinese TikTok.
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
And as long as the hype train lasts, only tough people lasts. As long as the hype train lasts, Chinese TikTok lasts. So let me just open it. 1 millisecond. Thank you, Maple Takes. Yeah, baby! Let's fucking go. Chinese TikTok. You already got a Chinese guy with an AK-47. Oh, wait, where is it? Ooh, go above it. Go above. Right here. What the fuck? The fuck? No,
Wonderful,
here.
A new child soldier. Subscriber.
Let's fucking go. Very nice. Very good. Very good. Very nice. Okay, let's start out.
妖怪，你跑得了吗？
This is what the European leaders in what do you call it in Ukraine wanted to look like. Didn't really work out, did it?
A new child soldier.
Oh, Jesus, I gotta move this here. I gotta move this there. Oh, fucking Chinese TikTok. Like this. Okay, done. Oh, yeah, this was practicing for the military parade the day before. Ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, the Chinese century is here. Like it, hate it, whatever, but it's here to stay. Yeah, bro, you literally cut that. That was fake. Chat, was that fake?
要展示一个手刀，手刀的话啊
，Level 4 engine。
那么这样啊，一块立着。6块，这把自己加上去了。 尽力吧。3、2。
Yeah, I think that's fake.
他们朝我扔粑粑，已经饿会的没有。我拿粑粑做蛋汤。啊！Он здесь уже полчаса, в ебаном ТикТоке. Я говорю, что... Давай, что на?
I was just scrolling. Yeah, we are. Whenever there's a hype train, for as long as the hype train lasts, we just watch Chinese TikTok.
扔啥他不能接啥。他们朝我扔粑粑，他们做粑一个。他们朝我扔粑粑，他们做地方。
Russian brain not on Chinese TikTok. The world is truly united. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. You see, they're using literal edgy memes in order to educate the children watching about chemistry. My algorithm is truly unhinged. Best algorithm.
快一点，再快一点了！下口水，谁让你下口水？谁让你下口水？
你自己留着吧。
我孙子也是红军，我孙子也是红军。
Wasn't from a wet market in Wu.
Jesus, they're flexing so hard. And this is on all different types of topics, not just like GDP or whatever. It's like highways, it's trainways, it's public infrastructure development, and so on. Thank you for the level 4, chat. What? I don't get it. Okay, thank you for level 4. Going back to learning about Ibrahim. Let's continue. The greatest aura leader in the world.
Loved by young people all over the continent of Africa. Since coming into power, he has made strides to pull his people out of poverty and cut dependence on foreign aid. But his journey has not been without challenges.
Captain Tory and Burkina Faso, as they...
Burkina Faso, we must destroy them. They are thinking they can do things in their own country. We thought we fucking told everybody that it is our country. The country of America is Earth. You don't get to do things without me, motherfucker.
Know that both... whether it's
it's epic how they made a black guy say all this shit. That's the best part. Like, they made a black guy say we must take back Africa. Fucking hell.
It's the their gold reserves. That
they were like yo. So we got to do something about that African guy. Okay, black guy, sir. What do you mean, black guy? So, but sir, no, I don't get what you mean.
Crazy hamburger.
Make a black guy say it on TV.
Hamburger.
Make a black guy say it, and it's gonna be okay. Thank you, Juro. Let's fucking go. Paint chat fucking purple. Here's another 5 from me. There ain't no fucking ad watchers in my motherfucking chat. Number go fucking brrr. The Balkan scheme shall be successful. I promise. Thank you, Juro, you fucking J. Which is that? That is fucking 71st gift sub. Thank you very much, man. Everybody say thank you, Juro.
And us all.
And now Barry coming in with the fucking guy with the best wife in the world, which actually I did not forget. There was another 5 from before. Thank you, fucking Barry, you absolute fucking mad lad. And here's another 5 from me, okay? Okay? Chat is constantly fucking purple. I don't want to see any other color than that one because it makes me feel good, okay? It's like a casino. But I also give you money. It's insane. And you can thank you very much, Barry, and thank you very much, Juro.
Those proceeds are just in exchange to protect the.
But yeah, they were like, okay, we gotta talk about bringing influence back into. Thank you, Mike. Bringing influence back into good old. Africa. How are we gonna say that? It's gonna like be very bad aesthetics if we say that. No. Do we have like a black general or something? Yeah, that one. That one says it.
The junta regime.
Yeah, the US seems to be pretty mad at him, and there have been reports of 18 assassination attempts on his life.
It's impressive he didn't say junta.
Becoming the leader of this small West African,
knowing Americans and how they pronounce foreign words. The junta regime.
Country. The question though is, how did a little known soldier become one of the most feared African leaders of the 21st
Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper, 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 Big Mac, Whopper.
Stop giving a shit. What the fuck? Thank you very much, but that also means 25 more from me. I'm going broke. I don't care. It's fucking worth it. Let's fucking go. Pat chat. Pay chat. Fucking stop giving a shit, dude. Fucking thank you for paying my mortgage. You fucking legend. What the fuck? I love my chat so fucking much. Stop giving a shit. You fucking king. Here's another 25 on top of my beautiful friend. Stop giving a shit. And the name really applies to him, okay? He really does not give a shit. And thank you, glory to great Stalin, for another gift sub. Seriously, stop giving a shit. Thank you, bro. Like, for real. Thank you. Seriously. Jesus Christ.
Century. So much so that powerful forces are scrambling to take him out. This is the story of Ibrahim Traore, the man the West fears the most.
We don't need interference of Western countries anymore.
These are scenes from recent protests across the continent of Africa.
Thank you.
And even in Europe. People coming out in their thousands to protest against assassination attempts on the life of Ibrahim Traore. But to understand this revolution taking Africa by storm and why it means so much at home and abroad, we need to go back in history to a time when this country was known as the Republic of Upper Volta. The year is 1960.
This is a national decolonization project, because decolonization does not only mean kicking out the colonizer, but kicking out the systems, the economic systems they left in place once they were originally kicked out. Economic imperialism is pretty much using the free enterprise entity, the corporation, to come into a country and pretty much strip it of all of its resources without the necessity of using troops, planting flags, etc., etc. We're going to make 80% of the actual profit from your grains, from your rice, from your oil, from your water, from your trees, from your lumber, from your steel work, from absolutely everything. That is economic imperialism, and that is, from what I know, what Ibrahim has concentrated on, ridding his country off, developing sustainable domestic industry without reliance on Western credit, which is the first and incredibly important step towards properly being able to manage a state in a sovereign manner. And it just proves our point that we keep hammering and hammering and hammering on so fucking often here and other places, etc., that is the worst thing you can do. That is like spitting in the face of Western imperialism, specifically American imperialism, because we see how they're reacting to what I would personally define as simply a country wanting to be fucking independent, okay? A country just wanting to be fucking independent. Thank you, Poopy Dan. You're not that poopy to me, baby. Thank you very much for 8 months.
A wave of freedom movements.
God of our day. I don't know. We'll see as time passes. He does not necessarily define himself as a socialist or whatever, but not like that really matters in my modest opinion, especially when you have the process of decoupling from empire, decoupling from colonial servitude, blah, blah, blah. These are issues that need to be solved far before you can start having a conversation about a domestic egalitarian society, before you can start addressing wealth inequality in your own country, etc., etc. You first gotta kick out the colonialist.
Is spreading across Africa. The Republic of Upper Volta is among the African countries declaring independence as it gains.
That's why I find it very
crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
It is indeed crazy hamburger. That's why I always find it additionally cringe, because I feel like, sure, there are a lot of very cringe MLs. I agree. But most of them, when they stan particular anti-American leaders all around the world, liberals or softer lefties or whatever, come in and they're like, yo, bro, what the fuck? This guy doesn't look like a good guy. I'm not saying this applies to Ibrahim. I'm now painting a larger picture of the argument I'm trying to make. Yo, bro, why are you standing a problematic figure only because they're anti-American or because they're decoupling from Western credit systems, from Western military, only because they're kicking out domestic American bases, etc., 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 right? Very often people see that and they're like, dude, you're just riding the dick of the next autocrat that took over a particular country. The main reason why a lot of MLs give quote-unquote critical support to a lot of these types of places is because they see it as a very healthy first step towards potentially progressive politics in the future. Because in order for you to develop progressive politics, you need to establish a kind of material underbelly that allows such development. You can't talk about more complex systems of domestic, economic, and social organization before you can't even feed most people, before you even have any sort of sovereignty, that the only way you can earn is by decoupling from Western imperial interests, etc., etc. So yeah, a lot of times these people stand them. Like 5% of the time they stand them because they are cringe. They're like, oh my god, anti-Western guy immediately means good guy. That doesn't always mean that that's the case, but I think the ones that have truly digested at least the Leninist anti-imperialist perspective understand that progressive nationalism, which we can paint most of these countries as, is the first stepping stone towards building something better. So yeah, they don't jerk off to authoritarian or military or autocratic leaderships, etc., etc. They jerk off to the fact that somebody in a country that has been a economic colony or direct colony of the United States is finally doing something about it. That's the context. I saw people saying Ibrahim was a bad leader to follow because he signed a gold deal with Russia. Yeah, you can. Thank you, Herzl, you fucking G, for 4 months. Mwah. Thank you very much. There's no such thing as a cringe ML, and we have always forever been based. I'm partly joking. Of course, no worries. Yeah, there's cringe layers of absolutely every single Marxian school of thought, because people are people and they want to sometimes be cringe. It's fucking normal.
Gains his freedom from France.
Independence activities for Upper Volta began with the arrival at Ouagadougou, the capital city, of visiting dignitaries, including officials from...
And in the Burkina Faso specifically scenario, it's what I said, but on steroids. Because they literally had an immensely progressive government that started decoupling. And does anybody remember what happened to a little guy named Sankara when he started decoupling? What's up, Maple Takes?
From other countries.
Everybody go check out Maple Takes. Give him a follow.
French had violently oppressed the region in the late 19th century. However,
incredibly handsome person. Incredibly handsome.
By the time World War II came to an end, the French were placed under increasing pressure to give up their colonial possessions. When this freedom movement got to Upper Volta, the people,
if we can get like this shout out thing for Maple, that would be cool.
People could
good to see you.
Not contain their joy. Freedom at last. So, it's the late 1960s. Maurice Yamelgo becomes the first president of Upper Volta, and he immediately sets out to create real change for his people. But part of the way he does this is by making sure no one is able to oppose his rule. To consolidate his powers, Yamelgo establishes a one-party state under the Volcanic Democratic Union.
There you go. I'm not too informed about this particular administration, but there you go. If a liberal even hears those sentences, establish autocratic rule, bans free elections, etc., they're immediately heard is bad, because they're comparing it to the material conditions of the United States. And now, even as I'm saying these words, you know what is playing in their head? He's making excuses for autocratic rule, and there are never excuses for autocratic rule. Blah, 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 blah. Get my fucking point. But then those same people will then jump to defend, I don't know, George Washington having slaves, because it was, normal at the time. Well, cringe fucked up shit in developing countries is literally like traveling back through time, quite literally. So if you're giving those arguments for your own state, maybe give a little bit of leeway for other places as well.
His administration continues to rely on France, with numerous French advisors holding key decision roles in the military and the civil administration.
Nous croyons porter témoignage de la valeur objective de la coopération franco-africaine en démontrant de manière indiscutable que notre attachement à la France est absolument libre.
This new colonial relationship is criticized by his people, but Yamelgo turns a deaf ear to their complaints. Instead, his rule becomes increasingly autocratic. He begins to jail critics.
Or you use the autocratic policies to go in the opposite direction. There you go. And that's when absolutely every single Marxist will start criticizing them. Thank you, Meg Jin.
And consolidate power by appointing his relatives to key positions within the government. In the years that follows, he embarks on lavish spending despite widespread poverty. However, his austerity measures and authoritarian style soon spark public discontent. By late 1965, nationwide strikes and demonstrations by unions erupt over wage cuts and the end of subsidies for traditional chiefs. The government becomes unstable. Yamelgo declares a state of emergency, but mass protests persist all over the country, reflecting the people's frustration with economic hardships under his one-party rule. Amidst this chaos, the military steps in. On January 3, 1966, the army led by Lieutenant Colonel Sanguele Lamizana seizes power, forcing President Yamelgo to resign. The former president is then placed under house arrest as Lamizana assumes the presidency on January 7, 1966. The new regime wastes no time suspending the constitution and dissolving the National Assembly. This military intervention, the first of many in Burkina Faso's post-colonial history, is initially welcomed by citizens tired of Yamelgo's rule. And so, with the people solidly behind him, Lamizana slowly begins to establish his ideas and rebuild the country in his own image. As one of his first major acts as president, he decides to establish the country's first military academy in Ouagadougou. This new institution, designed to mold the next generation of military leaders, offers a unique opportunity to 3 students from the most recent group of secondary school graduates who would be selected to join the academy with full scholarships. Among those who makes the cut is Thomas Sankara. He will be relevant to our story much later. The late 1960s and 70s continues to witness tensions in the country's political climate. The people soon realize that
it's a pretty good channel. Like the way he covers history is very fluid, very both entertaining because he touches on individual key actors, but also explores, underlying material conditions, styles of rule, colonial relations. Pretty cool shit.
Lamizana is no different from Yamelgo. The president starts to consolidate power, ruling with a military-heavy regime. Political party activity is banned in 1966 as he tries to stabilize the country. However, recognizing the need for civilian legitimacy, Lamizana drafts a new constitution that is approved by referendum in 1970, paving the way for the Second Republic. At the military academy, Thomas Sankara makes an unlikely friend, Adama Toure, a history and geography instructor known for his progressive ideas. Recognizing Sankara's intellectual curiosity and political inclination, Toure invites him and a few other promising students to participate in informal
Why are all you students talking about subs? What? Because you're my sub, baby.
Discussions outside the classroom. In these secretive gatherings, Toure introduces Sankara to revolutionary ideas that would profoundly influence his worldview. Among the topics Sankara found interesting were the global struggle against imperialism, neocolonialism, and the Soviet and Chinese revolutions, and the ongoing liberation movements happening across Africa. As he concludes his military training, Thomas decides to embark on an advanced program, one that will take him away from Upper Volta for a few years. Those years would become the most important years of his life. With so much going on right now, I think it becomes increasingly important for more people to come out and express their ideas.
You know how I immediately know that it was going to be a ad plug? You know how? He changed his shirt. This was his shirt. And then his shirt. I recorded at a different time. Well, YouTubers really dread recording the ad plug. So first they edit the whole video, and then at the last moment, when they really gotta do it, because they don't want to fucking do it, they sit down and they record the fucking ad plug. And that's why it's always different clothing. You can always guess it like this. Or if they have a long-term plug, then they just record one and then they put it in all of their videos.
Or having any fear of judgment. And I know content creation can seem overwhelming and exhausting, but with in-video AI, you can create content in the most seamless, intuitive way possible, irrespective.
Oh my God, he's about to... Jude, you're about to lose my entire chat. Yeah, they were all about to subscribe. Oh God. Still subscribe. Fucking, I don't know. No ethical consumption capitalism. I don't know. I'm trying to save my guy here.
Of whatever skill level using simple text changing process, director shifting, otherwise spent on editing anime of this offer while it lasts. In Ouagadougou, the government is still divided on several issues. In December 1970, parliamentary elections are held and a civilian prime minister is appointed, indicating a possible return to civilian rule. However,
you and your fans want weird socialism where you can be super rich and LARP socialist. There will be no definition of rich or poor. That's the whole fucking point, my friend. But I don't know, you want a socialism where we're all very poor? I really love my poverty in capitalism. That's why I want a different system that I can be also poor in.
However, these steps
what
fails to stop
you do you, bro. No problem.
Mizana from retaining ultimate authority as tension continues to grow between the military and
capitalism is about getting rid of the rich, but we all remain poor, okay? Okay? We don't consolidate the means of production. We don't consolidate the value generated by our labor. No. We just like burn that money, right? So like labor value still gets stolen, but it doesn't, like nobody gets to hoard it. We just burn it. We delete it from digital banks. So we can still remain poor because there is great wisdom in poverty, apparently. And and we just chill. Like that's it. Without capital. We get to be poor, but without capitalists. That is what we need to believe in, chat. That is the true future of the socialist cause. Poverty without capitalists. Just burn your extra money, okay? You're doing good this month? That is fucking disgusting, chat, okay? I want you to go to the first ATM, withdraw all that fucking money and burn it, okay? I want you barely surviving. Unless you're barely surviving, you cannot be a communist. Do you understand me? Do you fucking understand me? Fucking hypocrites.
The revived political class over power sharing. But political crisis...
No, I have a better idea. Don't burn it. Gift sub. Or donate biddies and avoid the ads that are going to play in exactly 45 seconds. Communism is being poor and all your surplus value you give to Twitch talking heads, okay? Yo, Gabriel! Long time no see. Socialism is when we blow all our money or dildos. Yes, the people's dildos. But we all share one dildo because multiple dildos become private property, okay? You can manipulate the system and rent out your dildo. Thank you, Rock and Rolla, for the 5 gifties, you fucking G. We're now already 5 gifties away from another 5 from me. Thank you, Rock and Rolla.
It's not...
No, your name always reminds me of this song. Wait. This song.
Now when I was a little boy,
at the age of 5,
I had something in my pocket. Keeps a lot of folks alive. Now I'm a man.
So good.
Over 21. You know, baby, we can have a lot of fun. I'm a man.
It's a fucking classic. Not a bad movie as well. Like a very decent 8. For the time especially.
Not the only trouble plaguing Upper Volta. It is now 1973. The Sahel falls victim to severe drought that wrecks the economy of...
Has anybody watched the new show by the director? I think it's called Mobland or something. Yeah, this. Have we watched this? 8.4. 76. And it's a mob show. It might actually be good. Damn. Okay? Because this was fun. It was fun, but it was shit. Like it was a 6. It was fun, like okay, but it was bad. It was bad. But there you go, Rotten 75, 8. And this is less? No, sorry. This is a little bit more. Okay, hopefully, yeah. Busy with Andor. I haven't watched the last 3 episodes. Andor is so good. Andor is so good. Andor is so good. Andor is fucking great. Andor is fucking great. It's not in your face. It's just enough. Andor is fucking great. No spoilers. Okay. I wanted to spoil, but okay. It's really good. I'm watching like it comes out every 3 episodes. It's really good. Andor is radicalizing me. Spoiled the whole show.
Volta, further making life difficult for the people. Lamizana's experiment with limited democracy continues to falter amid the economic strain and political infighting that follows. On February 8, 1974, He dismisses the civilian government, dissolves the National Assembly, and again suspends the 1970 constitution he had drafted a few years ago. At this point, he looks to consolidate his power even further. He appoints himself as prime minister and rules by decrees, arguing that tough measures are needed to tackle the economic crisis and maintain unity. But this return to full
I love when unity is me in power. Without me, it's not unity.
military rule didn't last long. Facing pressure from a restless population and international donors, Lamizana agrees to resume the democratic transition. He lifts the ban on political parties in 1977 and arranges a new constitution that legalizes multi-party politics, approved overwhelmingly by referendum. 1 year passes and it is now May 1978. Free elections are organized. Lamizana himself runs for president and wins re-election. This marks the Third Republic and a brief period.
Oh shit.
Under a military leader. Yet, economic difficulties, including rising debt and unemployment and factional disputes within the ruling elite, persist, setting the stage for further turmoil. You see, while the government of Lamizana struggled to hold the country together as it moved from one scandal to another, caring so little for the people, Thomas Sankara was through with his military training in Madagascar and was now back in Upper Volta. His return would change everything. When Sankara returned to Upper Volta in October 1973, he was brimming with ideas on how the military could be a force for national development. As a second lieutenant, Sankara received several assignments. First,
so to recap, first we have a pro-colonial French rule president that gets ousted by a military leader. He's very up and down. He's like, civilian government, no, fuck that shit, I'm the big G. And then he's like, oh, civilian government again, but I win the election. And that's where the story is right now. And Thomas Sankara, for those of you joining us now, was one of the 3 students that got a full scholarship at one of his very advanced, at the time, military academy universities. So he's training there. He's becoming this, Giga Chad.
Was to train recruits in Bobo Dioulasso, a job he did so well, combining traditional military drills with civic education, that he began to attract attention within the military hierarchy. He would later be transferred to Ogodago in March 1974, where he was assigned to the Army's Engineering Corps, another position he used to show his skills and zeal to build a better country for the ordinary people. Soon enough, Sankara began to use his military position for social change. But the unpopular government of Lamizana soon came under intense pressure, and then the coup of 1980 happened. After 14 years in power, the military had grown tired of this man and it decided to intervene yet again. Colonels Sayezebo and Gabriel Some led a junta known as the Military Committee of Recovery for National Progress that took power on November 25, 1980. Zebo abolished the 1977 constitution, dissolved the parliament, and banned political parties, bringing back strict military rule. He promised to fight corruption and instill discipline within the state. However, his government failed to convince the people. It faced dissent within the army and civilians for failing to improve the economy or establish credible civilian partnerships. Although initially refusing a ministerial position, Sankara reluctantly agreed to become the Minister of Information under Zebo's government. Assuming office on September 13, 1981, Sankara immediately set himself apart from other government ministers. He abstained from privileges of office, famously cycling to work rather than using an official car. Political and social tensions would continue to escalate.
Aesthetics matter.
It's in Upper Volta.
Sure, probably he was modest, etc., etc. But even if you aren't and you're starting to do politics, you gotta, I was fighting with my bro over there in chat about, socialism is not poverty, but modesty is unfortunately very, very, very attached to the idea of you not being a hypocrite as a socialist leader. So, if you're trying to get into politics and are preaching socialism, you need to either really be modest or LARP modesty, okay? It's politics. You got to do the thing.
as the government's promises of reform
like Lenin lived in a relatively modest small apartment, right? Does that mean that like he didn't give a fuck about the comfort of a larger apartment? Maybe, maybe not. But did he understand that he needs to LARP that particular thing? Yes. Stalin took that on steroids. Like, Stalin really took that on steroids. He genuinely cared about constantly depicting himself as aesthetically not anything different than a fellow working man. So he would, he would literally fire dudes for, embroidering his suits a little bit because it would look like too fancy for a position of the leader of the Soviet Union, etc., etc. Joseph Old True Stalin, like unironically, he was obsessed with that shit. It was weird.
Continued to falter. Instead, the regime took a hard stand against dissent, detaining outspoken student activists, suspending the right to strike, and arresting union
stock outfits only. Yeah, like level 1 outfits only, like beginning game outfits only. He didn't want to level up.
Leaders. Soon enough, factions began to form.
That's cool. You know why I don't agree? Because you literally become a slave to the commodity. Like minimalism, or I will do everything that I can in order for me to look like I do not care about commodities, still pushes you in a direction where commodities define a very large part of your life, right? Like caring about consumerism like crazy, that's how commodities end up defining your life. I am what I buy. But also really caring about what you don't consume allows the commodity to overtake your life as well, right? It's a double-edged sword. But while I disagree, there's like no third way, really. It's easy for me to say, you should just not give a fuck, treat commodities with utility or whatever the fuck. But that's no longer possible because of a little thing called advertising. Like, the way we buy is so deeply ingrained with our definition of self and our culture and our way of life that you can't take an in-between route. You can't be elevated above the idiot minimalist or idiot consumer. That is a type of ideology that is so ingrained in just existing in the market economy that it is impossible for us to imagine exiting it.
Within the government, Sankara.
I guess some religious figures to an extent really get to that point. Like, I don't know, fucking Buddhist monks or some shit. Or monks in general, right? They're like, I completely rid myself of the material. But they go to the other extreme. They don't only rid themselves of the commodity, they rid themselves of all material belonging. Which is, removing yourself from society instead of trying to alter it to an extent. But that's also a simplification. That's why fucking streams are such a pain in the dick sometimes. Like this would need to be a video, which actually, not a bad idea for a video. I'll write that down. Damn. Chat. We just got an idea for a video. There we go. Not a bad idea for the video. Our relationship to commodity and how, minimalism versus consumerism is basically the same thing, but there's no third way, really, so we're all fucked. And then I explain, the ideologization of I am what I consume and shit. Not bad, right? Not bad. Hey, thank you, chat. Thank you.
And other radical junior officers got involved in political activities, forming circles of reflection within the military and strategizing with students and union leaders. After months of trying and failing to influence the government positively, Sankara decided to resign. It is April 12, 1982. The young...
Really smart move. Because he resigned, he could no longer, potentially after the government falls, he could no longer be painted as one of them.
Revolutionary Thomas Sankara
so he would still have a potential political career afterwards. He's not linked to this problematic government. He probably did it out of principle because Sankara was an incredibly principled man. But even I'm trying to, just do basic politics here. Even if he wasn't, just a very smart strategic move. Credibility, exactly, Blueberry.
He resigns his position.
That's a great way of writing Blueberry, but Blueberry, but it also sounds like you blew beery. Get it? If you have a friend that's beery and you blew them, I'm sorry, chatter, sorry.
In the government during a fiery speech at the Conference of African Ministers, with President Zebo in attendance and the event broadcast live on radio. Sankara
Barry over here, like Beery, okay, not you, Barry, okay. But again, you chatters get to know each other. Do whatever you want in your own house, okay?
Criticizes the regime for serving the interests of a minority and delivers a powerful plea for freedom of expression. This act didn't go down well with President Zebo, and just like clockwork, Sankara is arrested and demoted and exiled to a military camp in the Dogo. The chaos and infighting within the ruling class gets worse when rivals of Zebo begin planning a coup. On November 7, 1982, soldiers led by Colonel Somayorian overthrew Zebo's regime and established a new military-led government. This guy, Jean-Baptiste Ouedraogo, becomes president. He promises to fight mismanagement and cut out waste from the government. Sankara, whose
Rob Greenfield, thank you.
direct involvement in the coup remains unknown, finds himself in a position of power, reluctantly taking the post of prime minister. But within months, ideological differences start a rift in the ruling class, one they will not recover from. A tipping point came in May 1983 when irreconcilable differences led to Sankara's sudden arrest by men loyal to President Ouedraogo. This arrest sparks immediate protest with
Where's Pocky Preet? Bro, I think you're 24 hours late, my friend.
Prime Minister.
You can watch yesterday's stream. Somebody's a little bit late. Oh, it's so cute. I thought I had like fucking problems with planning out my day.
But within months, ideological differences start a rift in the ruling class, one they will not recover from. A tipping point came in May 1983 when irreconcilable differences led to Sankara's sudden arrest by men loyal to President Ouedraogo. This arrest sparks immediate protest with a large crowd demanding Sankara's release. As tensions intensify, his supporters, sensing danger to his life, begin preparing for a decisive move. On August 4, 1983, in a swift coup, Blaise Compaoré and Commander Jean-Baptiste Lingani, two officers with ties to Sankara, seized key positions in the capital, effectively toppling the government. That evening, Sankara announced the dawn of a new revolutionary era. He is now the head of state at just 33. Under the National Council of the Revolution, CNR, Thomas Sankara sets out on a mission to change the fortunes of his people. He travels across the country, listening to the stories of his people and engaging with them on a possible solution to the many ills facing the nation. In August 1984, 1 year into his rule, Sankara renames the country from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso.
Haute Volta, cela ne voulait rien dire pour personne, en particulier pour nous, Burkinabés. C'est un nom qui ne nous renvoie qu'à un passé colonialiste. Par contre, Burkina Faso est un nom puisé dans le terroir même, qui a une signification dans notre langue.
Qui veut dire
patrie des hommes honnêtes.
He launches ambitious reforms, emphasizing self-reliance.
Fuck, that's beautiful. I'm gonna fucking cry.
And social justice, massive vaccination and literacy campaigns, tree planting projects to combat desertification, and initiatives to advance women's rights. Sankara's administration also requires officials, including himself, to open their finances to public scrutiny and cut luxury perks for the elite. These radical policies win him the love and support of his people. Soon, his influence goes beyond Burkina Faso. The country becomes known across Africa for the revolutionary leadership of Sankara. At the international front, he gives powerful speeches that resonate with other young Africans in search of honest and committed leaders for their own countries.
Que notre conférence adopte la nécessité de dire clairement que nous ne pouvons pas payer la dette. Non pas dans un esprit belliqueux, belliciste, Ceci pour éviter que nous n'allions individuellement nous faire assassiner.
He's not afraid to criticize the colonial powers and challenge their policies that have kept Africa poor. This wins him lots of enemies, but it also makes him a notable figure on the global stage. However, not everyone is happy to see Sankara ride so high with so much love and affection, both home and abroad. Some traditional authorities, middle-class professionals and external powers, notably France and Ivory Coast, who felt threatened by Sankara's rhetoric and alignment with socialist states, would soon start plotting against him. You see, one of the things that set Sankara apart from other past leaders of Burkina Faso is his refusal to accept foreign aid. He instead focuses his attention.
He understood that it's a fucking ball and chain. You know what else is a ball and chain? Obviously much smaller than colonialism, but still a ball and chain nonetheless. Advertising, like the ad is going to play in exactly 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Didn't see that coming, did you? For $5 a month for free through Prime, or for every gift sub that accumulates to 10 gift subs, where I will give another 5, you can escape this ball and chain. Consider doing so. Reject the chains of rabid consumerism and elevate your status as a chatter to a proper child soldier. Thank you very much for even considering it. We are 5 gift subs away from another 5 from me, myself, and I. Thank you very much, Gum. Let's continue.
On what he can control.
Bashi gave me an 8 out of 10. That is a fucking rarity.
True.
Totally saw it coming, you motherfucker. Message to all Oilers. We need your unconditional support to help Yugopnik's chat reach subcontinent status capable of rivaling India and Europe. I know you can do it. Thank you, Gar. More chatters should be like this. Chatters encouraging oil. That is the type of world I want to see, okay?
His government spends...
No, seriously, we're good. Thank you, though.
...heavily on agriculture, believing it to be the cornerstone of Burkina Faso's development. He believes that the nation's economic future depends on its ability to feed itself and improve the livelihood of its population. This bet pays off. His agricultural revolution leads to a 75% increase in cereal production between 1983 and 1986. But
hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper, 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 Big Mac, Whopper.
Oil! Fucking RSGFX 6! Let's fucking go, baby! Fucking paint the chat motherfucking purple. And here's another 20 fucking 5 from my ass. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so
Wonderful. A new child
Thank
soldier.
you.
I mean subscriber.
Thank you. Seriously, dude. Thank you. Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Wonderful. A new
Thank you. No, fuck you. Fuck no. Because if I thank you so much, the evil eye will catch me. Sorry, I'm still from the relatively Eastern world, even though it's in Europe. And I believe in the evil eye. So if I thank you too much, then something bad might happen to you or me. So no, like, go fuck yourself, RSG. You're bad. Bad. No, seriously, dude. Hat down. I'm literally going to take off my hat and go hat down. Oof. Hamburger, cheeseburger, Whopper. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You being jinxed. Exactly, it's something like being jinxed. Jesus Christ. He's another 25 for me. What the fuck? I'm going bankrupt this month, but I don't care. Oh, that was sick. Thank you. Seriously, fucking thank you. Thank you. Jesus H. Christ, blad, you scare me so hard I jumped 3 meters and shot hammers in circles. Sorry. What the fuck? That was so cool. Has anybody got a clip of me tripping out on the hamburger, Whopper? I would love to see that. I was really trying to like pull my eyes into my eyelids, but I'm bad at that. I can't do Akegao. Is it called Akegao? Achijao? What's that weird kinky shit called? Thank you. Shout out to all Oilers, but today especially to RSG, and stop giving a shit. You guys are fucking unhinged. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
It is on the international stage that Sankara really threatens former colonial powers.
Akegao is orgasm face, like, but overdone, like insanely.
He is wary of foreign aid that comes with strings attached and consistently refuses to seek assistance.
Orgasm face in hentai manga. Okay. I knew it. Well, it was, but like, did I do it?
Wonderful, a new child soldier. I mean, subscriber.
Akegao. Wait, I'm not. No, I'm gonna break TOS. Barry, I almost did it. Jesus Christ.
Wonderful, a new child soldier. I mean, subscriber.
Isn't it blowface? No TOS. Just watch that dumb blonde White House speaker, and your eye will want to roll 360. No, I know. I've heard about. I know what Akegao is. Okay, okay. Pizza famine. What the fuck?
Wonderful, a new child soldier. I mean, subscriber.
Jesus Christ! Thank you so much, man. Pizza famine is at over 300 gifties, dude.
A new child soldier.
Over the past year.
Subscriber.
No fucking comment. Here's another 10. Thank you so much. What the hats off, pizza. Thank you.
Wonderful, a new child soldier. I mean, subscriber.
I shall definitely be able to afford a pizza. And now Laufrau with 1,000 biddies. Fucking love you, cunts.
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
Thank you, Laufrau. You're my Frau. Fucking legend.
Hamburger, 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 cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger.
I did it well. What the fuck? Why am I so good at this? You got ooh for Oilers now, literally. Laufrau, thank you so much, and Gabriel, thank you so much. Laufrau, you fucking G, thank you. I did it so well.
Hamburger, 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 hamburger.
So freaky seeing myself.
Hamburger, cheeseburger, 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 Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac, Whopper, 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 hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper, hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper, hamburger, cheese.
What even is the stream?
Crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
Oh my god, I love you guys so much, you pieces of shit. Oh Lord. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, anyways, I shouldn't have watched that clip. I was weirdly aroused by myself. Let's continue. No, not this one. What the fuck? This one. Thank you, Anna Shemek.
From the International Monetary Fund, fearing that its conditions would undermine his revolutionary goals. Sankara's foreign policy was also characterized by a strong commitment to Pan-Africanism. This stance earns Burkina Faso respect and new allies, but it also generates tensions with Western powers and conservative African governments, especially those with close ties to France. Amongst them are Mali, Togo, and Cote d'Ivoire. As Sankara's revolution deepens, divisions emerge within the ruling CNR. Soon enough, foreign powers are able to influence his close allies like Blaise Compaoré.
That's the unfortunate thing with imperial influence, especially one that manages to do coups. Like, they always replace progressive leaders, socialist leaders, anti-imperialist leaders with like a local alternative, the local Quisling, the local trader of his people, of his nation, of his culture, of his way of life. It's like, can we please like not have people like this in our countries? And the fucked up thing is that the only alternative to this is like arresting these people in advance before they've committed a crime. But if you arrest these people in advance before they've committed a crime, you're being an authoritarian, unhinged piece of shit that has gulags and has political prisoners. Politics is complex. What the fuck, Laufrau? Another 2,000 biddies. Thank you, Lao Frau, so fucking much. You fucking legend. Thank you so much. That is very kind. I think you're the top biddy guy now, together with NMAC. Thank you very much. And thank you, Gabriel. Anyone else think that all of the French gave Africa as a common language for them to hate the French in? That's funny. Thank you. Stop giving a shit for another gifty. Thank you very much. Bravo, Lao Frau. Fucking G.
Sankara, who had once trusted Compaoré, is now increasingly alienated by his former friend's growing wealth and ambitions. Soon enough, with
yeah, he literally didn't get the fucking memo. Like, Sankara is like, yo, bro.
National support from Cote d'Ivoire, France, Libya, and even the United States. Compaoré cultivates a loyal cadre of commandos that would strike the final blow to the revolution he had started with his friend. On October 15, 1987, Blaise Compaoré stages a coup d'etat against his former friend, citing deviations in the revolution and alleging that Sankara was jeopardizing foreign relations. During a bloody takeover, President Sankara and at least 12 members of his close council are brutally murdered in cold blood, marking a tragic end to the revolution. In the days following Sankara's assassination,
they literally can't see a black man winning. I know I'm being edgy now, but like unironically, the entire beautiful, richest continent on planet Earth, Africa, has suffered from quite literally exclusively that, to a much grander extent during the prime colonial era, but ever since. You know, the boots left, the flags left, but the stench of European imperialism, and not only European, remained.
Thousands of Burkinabe wept at his gravesite. The coup shocks Africa. Sankara, the continent's outspoken anti-imperialist voice, is silenced, and the circumstances of his killing and potentially foreign involvement remain contentious for decades. Subsequently, many of Sankara's former comrades...
But you cannot kill an idea, motherfuckers. May you try, and may you try, you cannot. That's to an extent why we have Ibrahim now. Hopefully he stays true to what he's saying. Only time will tell that. But, you know, let's learn more. Very good video. Please go and, unless you got really thrown off by the AI ad, go and give us a subscription. This is like criminally underrated channel. Jude Bella. How many videos does Jude have? 104 videos. Criminally underrated. No. Go subscribe. The fuck.
Who refuse to support the new regime are hunted down like dogs. Some are detained, beaten, or forced into exile. However, 5 months after the assassination of Thomas Sankara, another revolutionary was born. Born on the 14th of March 1988 in the village of Kera in Mohun province.
Bella, isn't that a Serbian surname? Imagine he's my guy. Like
of Western Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré grew up in a modest rural family. But they were not in any way insulated from the hardship the country endured after the murder of Thomas Sankara. The new regime, led by Compaoré, abandoned all the gains that Sankara had made.
Oh, and he loves his suits. Of course he loves his suits. Sorry, now I'm being commodity essentialist here, but...
during his rule. He turned to social elites, bureaucrats, and leaders from the old political order, while also restoring relations with France and neighboring Ivory Coast. Compaoré's government soon began cracking down on dissent. He arrested and eliminated political rivals, just like the military leaders before Sankara had done. And as he danced his way to Paris to secure his bag from selling out his country, he got increasingly close to the IMF. Soon enough, he began making efforts to legislate increasingly close to the IMF.
Fucking the main thing that, you know, we hoped you would have learned from Sankara, and like, okay, you murdered him in cold blood, but at least like followed the logical footsteps of IMF loans are a ball and chain camouflaged as aid and help. No, he like fully went the other direction.
Soon enough, he began making efforts to legitimize his regime. a new constitution establishing...
And this isn't like the 40s or the 50s or something, you know? And going with the World Bank and IMF and not knowing what the consequences can be, because a lot of countries fucked up massively, but, you know, it was out of naivety. At this point in history, like, you know, we're talking about the 90s here. You know very well what the fucking IMF does, but yet you go to the IMF.
The Fourth Republic was promulgated in 1991, providing for
Yeah, let's be honest, Arab imperialism fucked up Africa, but in different ways. Yeah, the levels are completely different, but of course, yeah, Arab imperialism played depending on the state, right? Roles in African looting as well. Blah blah blah.
Party elections. When that election eventually came around in December...
That's why I always stay away from the fucking, you know, nation essentialist thing. You know, imperialism is imperialism. I don't fucking know. Brazil can do imperialism on Argentina. It's not about imperialism, while having been perfected and practiced at the highest and most brutal forms from Europe, that is absolutely the case, was practiced from Europe not because, I don't know, European culture is unhinged in that way, but because the material conditions of Europe allowed it to export labor exploitation and resource extraction to places far and abroad, starting from Britain, starting from the world's first corporation, etc., etc. It is underpinned by being able to do so inside of a market economy, which motivates you to do so, which causes you to be an unhinged imperialist piece of shit, right? But everybody can be an unhinged imperialist piece of shit. Laubfrau! Thank you for the biddies, Jesus Christ. I am swimming in biddies. In biddies I am swimming. Thank you, Frau.
1991.
Du bist meine Frau.
Compaore won.
Ich liebe dich, Laubfrau.
With ease as the opposition boycotted the poll. People refused to turn out for the exercise. Throughout the 90s, Compaore's regime maintained a tight grip on power. After winning re-election in another...
Aside from Spain and Portugal, yeah. I mean, the colonialism but the it's a long conversation. But yes, the OG colonialists. You could make arguments, though. There was colonialism even before then, but it was done inside of your own continent, because it was difficult to actually traverse the whole globe and colonize somewhere else. It's, you know, while imperialism as we define it, we got to give it like kind of four walls around it, so that it's an actual composite definition. Usually is used inside of the capitalist framework, because otherwise it's very diluted. That doesn't mean that, you know, conquest and colonialization, etc., was good when it was in pre-capitalist modes of production. Of course not. But the way it extrapolates out of the capitalist system is slightly different, because the capitalist system itself motivates it. Not just, you know, a king waking up one morning, realizing his dick doesn't work and saying, okay, let's go and invade France now because I can no longer have sex, so I gotta feel like a man in some other way, right? Within the Roman Empire count as colonialism. To an extent, yes, but different type. You know, go to Freda, he's the historian.
The rigged process in 1998.
That's why. All I'm saying is I limit myself to the analysis of capitalist imperialism and the periods afterwards. Thank you, Laubfrau, for the gift sub. Thank you very much. Because, you know, that's the most important for the modern context. But colonialization, imperialism, and so on can be analyzed for the last fucking 5,000 years in different forms.
Implemented structural adjustment programs to the cheers of his foreign backers and encouraged foreign investment, especially in mining and agriculture. His economic policies led to layoffs and rising costs of living. Life became more and more difficult for Burkinabe, but Compaore didn't care. By the 2000s, Blaise Compaore was already one of Africa's longest-serving leaders, but the fortunes of Burkinabe continued to go from bad to worse. In February 2008, spiraling food and fuel prices triggered riots and looting in Ouagadougou and other cities. It was during this time that Ibrahim Traoré began his military career. Having enlisted in the Burkina Faso army in 2009, Traore underwent officer training at the Georges Namono Military Academy in Po. Upon graduating as a second lieutenant around 2012, he received specialized training. Traore was sent to Morocco for anti-aircraft warfare instruction before being assigned to an infantry unit in Kaya, a town in the country's volatile north.
I see some confusion in chat. Okay, when you talk to liberals and they tell you, okay, how is this actual imperialism when, for example, French troops are not on the ground? You need to look at the goal. The goal is resource and labor extraction, right? Other things as well, but you mostly focus on resource and labor extraction. Doesn't matter if I am extracting resources and labor from, I'll invent a country, Turkestan, by sending 500,000 soldiers there that will force everybody to work for me, and I put my flag on top of the Capitol building of Tajikistan, or if I just use my private entities and corporations to quite literally go there and I buy everything up and then still do resource extraction. The end goal is the same. I'm just much smarter if I'm using corporations because it's not as messy as troops on the ground. Get it? So that's how you should answer when they're like, but they're independent, but. That means that they only care about aesthetics, quite literally, you know? It's not dudes with M16s, it's dudes in suits and in offices that are doing the same sort of fucking extraction. But the extraction is still happening. And always in cahoots exactly with local comprador classes.
Back in Ouagadougou, Compaoré was literally fighting for his political future. A perfect storm of grievances had erupted into unrest in 2011, posing the gravest threat yet to Compaoré's rule. In February, students took to the streets after a high schooler, Justin Zongo, died in police custody, a case that sparked anger at police brutality. Soon after, in March and April, soldiers mutinied in multiple barracks over unpaid housing allowances and low wages, even shooting in the air and looting in the capital. These concurrent protests by students, civilian groups and military rank and file converged into a nationwide crisis. By late April 2011, gunfire is heard near the presidential palace, and Compaoré briefly flees Ouagadougou for his hometown as chaos reigns. Sensing the existential danger, Compaoré takes drastic measures. He dissolved the government and the military high command, named himself the Minister of Defense, and rolled out concessions. The government raised soldiers' pay, give bonuses to civil servants, lowered food prices.
There you go. The ruling classes, when you scare them with a fucking gun to their temple, they slowly start giving concessions. But never fucking trust them, because those concessions can be taken away just as easily. Still, it's bribery. All concessions are bribery to an extent. But still, the main lesson that should be learned from that is that they only give concessions when they have absolutely no other option. So what does that tell you? What do they think of you? They think of you as absolute fucking idiots that can be milked and milked and milked and milked and milked and milked because they only react when the fucking cow starts ramming into the shack where the villager lives. They're the villagers, you're the fucking cow. And if somebody considers you a cow, well, maybe you shouldn't consider him a human.
And promised justice for the killed student. While the crisis was reduced by media, the cracks in Compaoré's government were already revealed for all to see. For the first time in decades, open talk of political change filled the air. By 2014, Blaise Compaoré had been in power for 27 years, and many Burkinabe cried for change. The constitution, as amended, limits presidents to 2 terms, meaning Compaoré should step down in 2015. But instead, his ruling party moves to remove term limits so he can run again. This plan proves to be Compaoré's undoing. In late October 2014, when legislators convened to pass the controversial amendment, massive protests erupted in the capital. On October 30th, tens of thousands of people, led by civil society groups like Balai Citoyen, that is the Citizens' Broom, stormed the parliament and set it ablaze to stop the vote. Demonstrators also ransacked government buildings and the state TV
Ad plays in 40 seconds. Subscribe to avoid. You know the drill. Thank you very much.
station, causing lots of destruction in the process. The army initially tries to restore order, and Compaore declares a state of emergency, but the protests only grew from here. Finally, on October 31st,
you guys really love my cow allegory. Jesus Christ. You know that this was Doja Cat's OG video. Wait, Jesus, fucking no.
Bitch, I'm too smooth. I'm not in the mood. Tryna make moves. Tryna make moves.
You know this?
Milk, bitch. Got beef. Got steak, hoe. Got cheese.
What does she say? Bitch, I'm a cow. Wait.
Bitch, I'm a cow.
Yeah.
Bitch, I'm a cow. 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 Bitch, yeah. Bitch, I'm a cow. Old McDonald had a farm. I give him a
It literally starts with moo moo. So internet pilled from the beginning. Thank you, Spade, for the 7 months. Absolute throwback, right? Absolute throwback.
Compaore resigns and flees the country, compelled by the insurrection unfolding in
Cows are fantastic.
the streets. His dramatic fall, one of the few instances in Africa where a mass uprising topples a long-ruling president, is hailed as a new
Stop being horny in chat, okay? I knew it was problematic for me to play that fucking song. God fucking damn it.
dawn. Power is briefly assumed by Military Chief General Honore Traore, and then by Lieutenant Colonel Isaac Zida.
We're not sorry for being a Pozanabi right now. We are not beating the allegations. We have got to pick a better name for our galaxy than the Milky Way. If aliens ever come from the Andromeda galaxy, they're gonna think it's a horny thing. Origin, late Middle English, originally referring to the Milky Way via Old French from medieval Latin galaxia, from Greek galaxias, Milky Vault, from Galax. Sorry, but you're gonna have to rename the entire concept of a galaxy if you want to fix this problem. Discover humans. They classify gravitational wells with a large number of stars as milk. They call their own region of space a particularly milky milk place. When they're born, they need milk or milk substitutes to survive. Name their whole taxonomic class of animals after glands that produce milk. Whole entire industries dedicated to the production of milk. Leaves. You got a good point. Necromancy Elena has a good point. I'll give Necromancy Elena her due because it's an excellent point. A bitch, I'm a cow. I mean, she's completely correct. One of the biggest superstars today started with the song Bitch I'm a Cow and blew up, okay?
And he's hailed as a new dawn. Power is briefly assumed.
Also, I would like to bring up eggs in this conversation as well. Alien comes, sees multiple species on planet, sees staple food of dominant species on planet is period of another species of domesticated bird. I'm talking about eggs. Eggs are period. Eggs are unfertilized eggs. They're chicken period. They are chicken period. They are chicken period. Okay? So if a foreign species comes here and sees us just fucking eating chicken period in like 700 different type of through 700 different type of recipes, do you think they will stay? Do you think they will be like, oh, this looks like a civilized people? Okay? The dinosaur period. Even worse. That is, oh my God, you gave me a great idea. That is the dinosaurs' eternal revenge on us. Okay? They were wiped out. We took their planet, and they were like, I'm going to develop a way to make really, really tasty period. And I'm going to dom the entire human species by making them eat period all the time. Okay? Existential threat is what you should call it. Are men okay? No, it's chicken period. How is that a man thing? No, like, don't eat period. Is that controversial? Don't eat period? Is that controversial? I don't think that's controversial. Thank you, anonymous gift subber, which we always know is Xi Jinping himself. Thank you very much, Xi Jinping, for those 5 gift subs. And thank you, Laubfrau, for another 500. Jesus, you are showering me in bits today. What the fuck did I just walk into? Was coming to resub, but I'm rethinking. Come on! Sense of humor, my friend. But yeah. Thank you, Xi Jinping. And chicken period is eggs. Also, most I'm just destroying my career right now. Also, most so-called sea products are just cockroaches, but in the water. So if you're like, oh, this makes sense for me to eat water cockroaches, like shrimp and crab and all that shit, but you see a normal cockroach running through your house, and you're like, you're not like, this looks tasty, then you're a dirty fucking hypocrite, okay? Thank you, Kiposhi Bad Guy. Thank you very much. 5 tier 1 gifts from Qatar. Absolutely oil. So yeah, the water cleans them. delicious mud bugs. Okay, let's be serious and talk about a very interesting developing political figure. Thank you, Verana Zombie, as well, for the 5 months. Thank you.
By Military Chief General Honore Traore, and then by Lieutenant Colonel Isaac Zida, who declares himself head of state, saying the army will guide the transition. Despite all of these efforts, nothing really changes for the average Burkinabe. Now a lieutenant, Traore rose steadily within the military. That same year, 2014, while his country continues to battle for its future, he joins the United Nations peacekeeping mission in Mali as part of Burkina Faso's contingent in the fight against Islamic militants across the border. He served in northern Mali, where he faced heavy combat. 4 years later, in 2018, he was...
What happened to Boko Haram? Because we kind of destroyed ISIS to an extent. They still have pockets here and there. Boko Haram, finding among Boko Haram splinters. Okay, so they splintered and all that shit, yeah. 2 years after the suicide of Boko Haram leader. Oh, he killed himself. Rest in peace, bro. Jihadist factions continue a battle for control of Nigeria's northeast. My guy Hitlered his way out. Jesus Christ, what's up with fascists and being fucking... Oh, Lord. In this Q&A, crisis group assesses the situation and lays out, okay. Rip Bozo, I guess.
Among the soldiers honored for their courage during major rebel attacks in the Timbuktu
Mossad put them in hibernation.
region. After his UN stint.
Sorry, that really got me. Oh, fuck up. They got me.
Traore returned home and took part in counter-insurgency operations against jihadist groups rampaging in Burkina Faso's north. He saw action in hotspots like Djibo and participated in the 2019 Otapauno offensive, a large-scale operation aimed at flushing out militants in the eastern part of the country. By 2020, Ibrahim Traore had achieved the rank of captain at the age of 32. However, along with his promotion came...
Thank you, Barry Balls, for the gift sub, brother.
Growing frustration. His country was quickly falling apart before his very eyes, and there was little he could do about it. He and other frontline officers were grappling with poor equipment and logistical support, even as they perceived senior officials in the capital engaging in corruption and enjoying comfort.
So to keep in mind, this is like an actual experienced military commander, okay? He's not just, you know, the fucking beer belly, sitting in office type general, okay? He fought the harshest, most militant, most aggressive terrorist faction on the entire fucking continent, okay? Africa's literal fucking ISIS. So, this guy saw some fucking shit. So when you see him with all the kits and the uniforms and the very specific aesthetic that they're going with, it's not just, for aesthetics. It's not just a LARP, right? It's based on something.
To Traore, this felt like a betrayal of the troops' sacrifices. Stationed in the embattled north, he gradually emerged as an informal spokesman for a cohort of young officers angered by the government's ineffectiveness against the insurgency. Back in Ouagadougou, political infighting continued to plague the government. Since the resignation of Compaoré in 2014, different authorities have come and gone, all trying to stabilize the country for an election to hold. Finally, Roch Marc Christian Kaboré, a former Compaoré stalwart who broke with him and joined the opposition, is elected president. This peaceful transfer of power is a watershed moment. Burkina Faso seems to have turned a page, entering an era of electoral democracy and civilian leadership. But the presence of Islamic terrorists meant the country was far from peaceful. By 2021, as attacks continued across the country, public confidence in the Compaoré administration dropped dramatically. In late 2021, especially after a deadly ambush in Inata that killed 53 gendarmes, popular anger boiled over. Street protests and rallies erupted in Ouagadougou and other cities in November, with demonstrators denouncing the government's inability to protect citizens, and some even calling for Kaboré's resignation. In response, Kaboré shuffles the military leadership and appoints a new prime minister in December 2021, hoping that fresh faces might calm the public. He also requests more international assistance and tries to open dialogue with portions of the armed groups. However, these measures yield little immediate...
Yeah, I mean, come on, you can't negotiate with fucking Boko Haram, like, what the fuck? It's like, I don't know, like, negotiating with the Freikorps or some shit.
Improvement on the ground. Within the army ranks, frustration is also mounting. Troops are wary of being outgunned and undersupplied in the face of relentless militant assaults. This volatile mix of civilian protests and brewing dissent within the military sets the stage for the country's next crisis. On the 24th of January 2022, a group of officers led by Lieutenant Colonel Paul Henry Sandaogo Damiba seized power in a coup, ousting the elected president Kaboré. Captain Traoré, who had been vocal about the need to change course, supported the January 22 coup and helped bring the junta known as the Patriotic Movement for Safeguard and Restoration, or MPSR, to power. In the new military regime, Traoré was appointed in March 2022 as commander of a field artillery regiment based in Kaya, that is north central Burkina Faso, effectively sending him back to the front lines with greater responsibility. Over the months that followed, however, it became clear that the change of leadership was not quickly improving the security situation. Damiba's junta struggled to curb the jihadist violence. Many within the military, especially younger officers like Traoré, who were fighting on the ground, grew dissatisfied with Damiba's performance. According to Traoré,
negotiating with the Freikorps, so what the SPD literally did, and what happened to the SPD later, and what happened to the civilian government of Burkina Faso that negotiated with Boko Haram? Point proven, my friend.
Damiba's ambitions were diverting away from what the military had set out to do, prompting discussions among the officers about removing him. Tensions reached a breaking point in September 2022 when insurgents ambushed a convoy in northern Burkina Faso, killing 11 soldiers and dozens of civilians, an incident that sparked outrage both in the military and among the public. This tragedy highlighted the government's failures and pushed Traoré and his comrades to take drastic action. By late September, Captain Traoré and his...
Yeah, that was insane. I was watching this literally on TV. That was wild. Like, just look at the scene. Look at this insane scene. They took the TV station, bro. It's like straight out of a movie. Like, absolutely wild moment in history. Crazy wild moment in history. Yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with you. I just wanted to hate on the SPD. Always take the chance to do that. I agree completely, my friend. No worries. I didn't take it that way.
Small group of junior officers decided to depose Damiba in order to save the faltering war effort. On the 30th of September 2022, Captain Ibrahim Traore launched a second coup, Burkina Faso's second military takeover in 8 months. The takeover was swift and largely bloodless. Traore, still a low-ranking captain at the time, mobilized units loyal to him, reportedly including members of the elite Cobra Special Forces unit, and seized.
And again, all of these are tough motherfuckers, right? Saw a shit ton of fucking battle, and were disappointed by the new civilian government because it wasn't doing enough to address this, massive militant threat that was operating inside of their border.
Strategic sites in the capital of Ouagadougou.
Does that necessarily call for a coup? I don't know. But who am I to sit here comfortably in my fucking office criticizing it? They know what they're doing. Hopefully. Time will tell. History will tell.
Gunfire was reported around the presidential palace and national
What's up, Big Jid?
television station as the plotters moved to oust Damiba's faction. By the evening, Traore appeared on television surrounded by armed soldiers and announced the overthrow of Lieutenant Colonel Damiba's government. On 2nd October 2022, the junta named Traore as president of the ruling MPSR Council, and less than a week later, Ibrahim Traore was formally sworn in as
literally Yugopnik mask-pilled, okay? We are taking over the world, brother, okay? Masks for the fucking win.
Burkina Faso's transitional president at the age of 34. His next move would shock everyone, prompting powerful people trying hard to get rid of him. From day one, Traore sought to portray himself first and foremost as a wartime leader focused on Burkina Faso's survival. He has cultivated an image of a disciplined, pragmatic military leader, often seen in his uniform and trademark red beret. He speaks infrequently in public and tightly controls his communications, which has given him a somewhat mysterious reputation domestically. And when he does address the nation, it is
What's up, Gusted RS? Thank you very much for the 6 months, my friend.
usually to rally the population for the cause of defending the country. He frequently visits military outposts and discusses battlefield updates, emphasizing that regaining security is the transitional government's chief mandate. And while his critics continue to accuse the junta of cultivating propaganda, facts on the ground have shown the work Traore is doing to better the lives of his people. Just like Thomas Sankara before him, Traore has repeatedly spoken out against imperialism and corruption. In terms of personal conduct, Traore has made symbolic gestures to distinguish himself from past leaders. For example, he notably refused to enrich himself or even take a higher rank after seizing power. Unlike many coup leaders who promoted themselves to general, Traore chose to remain a captain in the army. He also reportedly declined his presidential salary, signaling that he did not intend to profit from his position. Such moves were meant to inspire confidence that the new regime was serious about sacrifice and anti-corruption values. And while some sections of the media will be quick to highlight the worrying security situation in Burkina
So all around Africa, Traore is really popular. He's trying to industrialize the country, opening up food processing plants for local use, manufacturing, farming, tech like tractors and leasing them to farmers. Farming is the main economic output of Burkina Faso, ejecting French influence in the country and looking to places like Russia for support. Unfortunately, the government is still very socially conservative. I'm Kenyan. Thank you very much for the input. Thank you very, very much for the input. Yeah. I mean, we talked about that a little bit earlier, to an extent. There are certain steps towards developing a progressive society, and when you are still in colonial relations to an imperial power such as France, you first need to get rid of that first large wall before you start addressing particular contradictions that exist inside of the country. You gotta change the material underpinning of it, and what you've told me, and to an extent what we're seeing from this gentleman's analysis, etc., he's trying to do just that. Trying to build a relatively independent country that can rely on itself and partners that they deem to be ready to be, to interact with them on an actual partner basis and not as inferiors.
Burkina Faso. Restoring security has been the cornerstone of Traoré's agenda. You see, within weeks of...
I'm open to being wrong. Like, only time will tell about this shit. Like, I'm sorry that I can't be fucking bombastic here and, like, either glaze somebody up or, like, criticize somebody. With situations like this, with highly developing, modes of governance, so only time can tell. People cannot have social civil right movements while they are still under a form of colonial rule when they don't even have a true identity of their own other than a formal colony. Absolutely, Barry. 1,000,000%.
Assuming all...
But, American liberals will still fucking jump out and be like,
He took drastic steps to bolster the fight against jihadist insurgents. In late October 2022, Traoré's administration announced a nationwide campaign to recruit tens of thousands of civilian volunteers into auxiliary defense units. The goal was to raise a force of 50,000 volunteers for the defense of the homeland, local fighters who would assist the army in confronting militants. By mobilizing ordinary citizens to protect their own communities, Traoré aimed to supplement an overstretched national army with
community self-defense and shit. That's a smart idea.
Strength in numbers. These volunteers would undergo brief training and then operate alongside soldiers, defending villages and patrolling territories that the state military struggles to cover. The massive enlistment drive, which reportedly saw an overwhelming response, even exceeding the target, shows Traoré's commitment to an all-hands-on-deck approach in the war against extremism. Traoré also made it clear that his government's goal was to defeat the insurgency outrightly rather than negotiate. He publicly vowed to reconquer every inch of territory occupied by rebel militants and stated there would be no talks with jihadist groups until they were militarily weakened to a point where they could not dictate terms. And while the war on insecurity...
I agree 100%. That is the only rational approach towards combating quasi-fascist, fucking unhinged organization. Like you cannot negotiate with somebody that's literally fucking living in D&D world. Like, this is complete derealization of the way, you see an apple, they see a fucking octopus. Like, how do you negotiate with these people? Unless with a boot on their fucking neck, with all due respect.
Traoré has also taken some steps aimed at economic resilience and anti-corruption. In an effort to maximize state revenue from natural resources and possibly curb illicit financing of militancy, Traoré moved to gain greater control over the gold mining sector, which is a pillar of Burkina Faso's economy. Yeah, Burkina Faso is the 15th largest gold producer in the world. And here's a fun fact for you. While France holds the 4th largest gold reserves in the world at 2,436 tons, it does not have any active gold mines. No wonder then why the
what the fuck
French are angry at the move Traoré made back in 2023. You see, in November 2023, his cabinet approved the construction of the country's first state-run gold refinery to process gold domestically.
My way to know if somebody's good French in the West hate you. It's a pretty big fucking green flag, I agree.
Rather than exporting all their ores abroad. This project is expected to create jobs and retain more value from Burkina Faso's sizable gold production.
Exactly. Also develop processing plants as well. Oh my God, it's great. That's what you do. Jesus Christ, it's literally what you do.
Then in February 2024, Traoré's government suspended the issuance of export permits.
But that's also what you get shot over, like the definition of it.
For small-scale gold miners. The suspension was an attempt to crack down on smuggling and illicit gold trade. Yeah, it turns out that a lot of gold was being siphoned out of the country through informal channels, depriving the treasury of income. However, while Traoré's administration is seeking longer-term sovereignty over resources and finances, some powerful people are not happy about this. Chief amongst them are the United States and France.
Capitory and Burkina Faso know that both,
Burkina Faso, we must destroy them. Literally, like I joked about this, and I apologize if it's in bad taste, but like you 100% know that in the White House, where they were sitting and they were like, dude, we got to do something about this Burkina Faso shit. But like we got to like publicly first start preparing people that we might be doing a coup or that we might be doing an intervention directly or indirectly. And there were like literally like 20 white dudes of the Trump administration are just sitting in the Oval Office scratching their heads. Okay, how do we tell them? And one guy's probably like, I have an idea. Black guy. Sir, what do you mean? Black guy. What the fuck are you talking about, sir? We'll have a black guy say it. We'll have a black guy say, we need to intervene in this African nation. And all of them stood up. Oh my fucking God. That's why you make the big bucks. That's why you make the big motherfucking bucks. That 100% happens.
Whether it's their gold reserves, that is all those proceeds are just in exchange to protect the junta regime.
Comments like this are not.
That is all. Whether it's their gold reserves, that is all. Capitory and Burkina Faso know that both. Whether it's their gold reserves, that is all those proceeds are just in exchange to protect the junta regime.
Comments.
Yeah, so they're not using the gold reserves in order to develop their country, they're using it only to protect the junta regime. But let me guess, if you do actually do a coup and you put somebody in charge, I'm just wondering, I don't know, chat, like, if they do a regime change, if they put someone else in and they also start mining the gold, do you think that they would keep it domestically or they would start exporting it en masse without first processing it so that majority of the actual value is lost and gained by whatever country they are exporting it to? And is it most definitely going to be the United States and France? I know it hasn't happened, so I'm like talking out of my ass to an extent, but I'm not talking out of my ass because every single fucking time when they said that we need to get rid of one or the other type of fucking quote-unquote autocratic ruler from any African state, the guy that came in afterwards, literally, he would take photos receiving his presidential mandate or his PM mandate, and then he would take a fucking plane and go shake hands with fucking, white politicians over in France or the US. I mean, if it's happened 100 times, it's probably going to happen for the 101st time. Thank you, McGinn. Thank you very, very much.
Like this are not without consequences. Traore has since been battling for his life as his security forces continue to fight off assassination attempts on their president. On the international front, under Ibrahim Traore's leadership, Burkina Faso has undergone a significant foreign policy realignment marked by a drift away from traditional Western partners and new alliances with neighboring states and other global powers. One of the earliest moves was to redefine the country's strained relationship with France, its former colonial ruler. Traore came to power amid a wave of anti-French sentiment, fueled by perceptions that France's military presence in the Sahel had not succeeded in stopping terrorism. In January 2023, the transitional government formally requested the departure of French troops who had been stationed in Burkina Faso to assist in counterinsurgency. By February 2023, all French military operations in Burkina Faso had been terminated and the French Special Forces contingent exited the country. The junta also expelled France's ambassador and suspended French-backed media outlets in the following months, bringing to an end years of neo-colonial rule in the country. Now with France's
no free speech, banning of foreign NGOs and media companies,
influence curtailed, Traore turned his attention to strengthening ties with alternative allies. Regionally, he forged an unprecedented.
He also understands that new blocs are forming, and he has a choice between being in the bloc of his formal colonizers or another bloc. You don't have to love the people you're in a bloc with, but you gotta be in a bloc. sitting in 2 chairs literally just means falling through, especially, unfortunately, for a country in such a peculiar political situation where everybody wants to fucking land grab you.
A strategic alliance with Mali and later Niger, 2 neighboring countries that likewise experienced military coups. Mali in 2020/2021, while Niger in 2023, and were governed by juntas facing jihadist rebellion. Traoré, Mali's leader Assimi Goïta, and after July 2023, Niger's leader Abdourahmane Tiani found common causes as they all confronted sanctions and pressures from ECOWAS. In September 2023, as ECOWAS threatened possible military intervention against the new junta in Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali jointly warned that they would consider such intervention a declaration of war on themselves, openly defying the regional bloc. The 3 regimes then took steps to formalize their solidarity when they announced they would withdraw from ECOWAS in protest of its stance against military-led governments. They instead proposed a new regional grouping centered on mutual defense and sovereignty. By July 2024, this materialized as the Alliance of Sahel States, essentially a confederation between Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger aimed at cooperation in security, trade, and rejecting foreign interference. Traoré was instrumental in founding this alliance, which marks a historic shift in West African geopolitics. Beyond Africa, Russia has emerged as an influential player in Burkina Faso's new look. Traoré's government expressed goodwill toward Russia, seeing it as an alternative partner in the security domain. Traoré's foreign...
When it comes to BRICS, with the alliance between India and the US, is there going to be some kind of shakeup in the bloc? I'm not familiar with BRICS. The way BRICS is developing is with like double trade. Like, you know, you can't exist as an economy nowadays without, you know, massively exporting to the US and massively importing from the US and collaborating with their, you know, corporations, etc., etc. So it's about building alternatives with other BRICS nations while still trading with the United States, creating new alliances, whatever the fuck. But the more important is the second strain, where you're shaking hands with the Americans, but you basically have like 2 fingers behind your back, and you're developing closer ties to other BRIC nations in order to, most importantly, de-dollarize. The whole game is de-dollarization. That's the whole fucking game.
Policy has also been marked by a strong Pan-African nationalist streak. He has often framed Burkina Faso's struggles within the larger context of African countries striving for true sovereignty. Under his administration, Burkina Faso has cooperated closely with Mali in expelling French-linked institutions and has voiced support for Guinea, another junta-ruled state under international sanctions. In official communications, Traoré's government frequently emphasizes themes of self-determination, non-interference by outside powers, and African solidarity. This has won him admiration in segments of African public opinion that resent foreign meddling. However, it has also isolated Burkina Faso diplomatically from...
Turns out people want to be in charge of their own destiny, especially after fucking centuries of occupation. Oh my god, the mind has been blown.
Some of his traditional partners and aid donors who worry about the country's trajectory. Relations with the United States and European Union have cooled. Though not broken, these partners continue limited humanitarian assistance but have scaled back security cooperation. However, this has not affected Burkina Faso's engagements with other international organizations like the United Nations, where it continues to receive some support for humanitarian needs, and fostered ties with emerging powers such as China and regional players like Algeria. You see, Africa has not seen a revolutionary leader like Traoré since the days of Thomas Sankara. And while Western powers like France and their stooges like Côte d'Ivoire connived to have him killed in the 80s, everyone is now watching Ibrahim Traoré closely and rejecting every move made against him. You may not like him, you may not agree with his style of governance, and you may dislike the fact that it is a military regime and not the Western-style democracy you are used to. And that is okay. All that matters to the people of Burkina Faso and Africans in general is just self-determination. That is what Traoré represents, and that is why he is the man the West fears the most. Thank you for watching.
Brilliant channel. Go subscribe right now. There we go. That was a fantastic video. And I wish my boy Ibrahim the best of luck. The best of luck, unironically. Decouple, 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 baby. The motherfucking couple. The first and most important step. So, sorry, my mother texted me. But a great video. I've already said everything that I can say about Ibrahim. I'm not going to repeat myself. Very good shit. Very, very excellent shit. Also very excellent creator, for real. Traore needs to be protected at all costs, for real. We can't have another Sankara imperialist dicks, yeah. Russian fighter jets circled the airspace over Burkina Faso while he was in Moscow to avoid other powers trying something while he was LA. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Wow. And don't even get me started on just how symbolically powerful this is. This can inspire a lot more self-determination focused leaders all across the continent. This can kill the what do you call it? The black pill in most wider Pan-African political movements. Can bring back hope that something can actually be done, etc., etc. Let's now have a palate cleanser with the greatest palate cleanser of all time, the palate cleanser in human form, and I mean that as an absolute fucking compliment. It's an absolute fucking compliment. He found another enemy, Sam Hyde and Froggy Fresh, okay? As I said to chat earlier, don't go after Sam Hyde, because he is my favorite right-winger to watch in this way as he fights other right-wingers, because he constantly fights other right-wingers. He, is angry at them that they're not anti-Semitic enough for some shit, or not very old internet cultured. So he's my favorite right-wing monkey to watch, and be do the thing, do the thing, do the thing, right? So I'm saying we should keep him as a pet, okay. So I don't know why Ben Empanada is going after my guy, okay? He's a great pet, okay? He's harmless. I mean, he's not harmless. No anti-Semite racist piece of shit is harmless. But, still, court jester, right? He gets to, I mean, he's the classic, I am Hitler's #1 guy. Okay, this is the guy that I use the fucking thing for.
I'm Hitler's top guy. What am I gonna do? Adolf Hitler chose me to lead the revolution. If Alexander the Great tells you you're his top guy, you're his top guy. You're now in a position where you have no choice but to go, oh. You guys are trying to fertilize the Great's top guy, dude. Oh.
And I know I'm very problematic for knowing so much about Sam.
You guys are trying to fertilize.
Genuinely, my favorite dancing monkey.
As my mind with the seed of, what would you call it?
Next level content. We're trying to help you get up to the next level.
Now here's the thing about me that's a secret that most people don't know. I'm borderline retarded. And I can't read. These books that you're recommending, Goethe. I would pick that up and I would be like 10 minutes.
A literal fascist admitting that he's dumb. And of course, our words everywhere. Or this one.
For the sake of argument, if you come at me in a public situation and I have to shoot through a crowd of people to defend myself, I'm not going to be happy about the devastation, but I will be happy that I'll defended my own life.
Wait, where is the last one? I can't find the clip. Can't find a clip. Whatever. Let's watch Ben Empanada attack my favorite right-wing monkey. Okay, I'm gonna get triggered now. I'm about to get triggered. Okay, Ben Empanada, come on, pick a better target, bro.
I had no idea who Froggy Fresh was until he randomly popped up defaming me by posting a fake screenshot accusing me of being a pedophile. And this led me down quite the rabbit hole because Froggy Fresh seems to be projecting quite a bit. Froggy Fresh has an extremely long history of being buddy-buddy with confirmed actual real pedophile, rapist, and sexual abuser Sam Hyde. He's in fact such good friends with Sam Hyde that he literally torpedoed his career for him by choosing to work with him for Creator Clash in 2023, doing his utmost to stand by someone who by then had long been confirmed a pedophile.
Like super confirmed, like hardcore confirmed.
And choosing...
But that's the crazy thing. Like Sam Hyde's like kind of crew, kind of like the people he attracts are the type of right winger that like doesn't lie to himself. Is the type of right winger that is literally like power is everything, and I want fascism because I'll get to be on top and I'll get to fuck other people up. Like I want to torture people. I want to be able to push people out of windows. Okay, I want to be able to walk into a person's house and shit on their fucking bed because I am Obersturmführer Gestapo man, right? So his audience does not give a fuck if this man like threw a baby out with the bathwater through the fucking window. They'll be like, dude, that's so fucking based.
To be ejected from the event rather than replace his friend Sam Hyde on his team. So here is the post where Froggy Fresh decided to defame me, you know, someone who had no idea that he existed until like a day ago. He claims here that I would love to watch the sexual assault of children and babies by Hamas on October 7th, and then he attaches an obviously fake screenshot that I have debunked a million times before, which was created by the Zionist harassment organization Shirion Collective and spread by one of their members called Drew Pavlu. You see, the thing with Froggy Fresh is that he has one of before, which was created pedophile Sam Hyde in the worst way possible. Now, I have
no idea what a Froggy Fresh is. I'm here for the dancing monkey Sam Hyde. Froggy Fresh, no fucking clue, bro.
What I'm going to show you here is quite confronting. It's going to be essentially a graphic image of an underage abuse victim showing the injuries that he inflicted upon her. So please stop watching right now if you don't want to see that. Or rather, if you're not comfortable with seeing that, because I doubt anyone wants to see it. So this is an image collage of messages that this person who Sam Hyde abused, his victim, took between them, in which he speaks to her in a clear sexual manner.
Well, TOS? What TOS? Shit, what the fuck? Wasn't even looking. TOS here? Jesus, thank you, chat, you fucking legends. Really? Okay. I paused. Okay, tell me when I can replay. At what second? You were meditating. No, I was looking at a tweet that Mabel Take sent me. There's going to be blood? Okay. But I didn't play it, right? I didn't play it. It wasn't seen there. Sorry, Twitch, if I did play. I genuinely, like, my bad. I think you went through it.
And alludes to fucking her.
Jesus Christ, for 1 second, literally for 1 second, I fucking zoomed out. Son of a empanada! I swear to God.
In real life, when she was 16 years old. This was back in 2013, 2014.
No, what? No. I didn't watch it or I didn't see it. Toasty, come on. It'll show more. Okay, I'm not going up. I'm down.
At the time, he was 29 to 30 years old. And yeah, you can see these images. They're pretty unambiguous. He clearly liked to abuse her. And this is something that she confirmed happened herself. She has quite directly accused him of this herself in her Instagram stories. There is a extremely in-depth video on this, which I'm going to recommend right now. It's something that Froggy Fresh really doesn't want people to see, as you will see yourself. This video is on the channel Tenacious Turnip, and it stands up on its own.
I'm not fucking safe now.
It's very long. It proves far beyond any reasonable standard by the internet standard that Sam Hyde is a pedophile who raped, abused, took advantage of, groomed, and assaulted a 16-year-old girl when he was 29 to 30. Sam Hyde is a pedophile, and Froggy Fresh is Sam Hyde's best friend, to the extent that Froggy Fresh defends his pedophilia and tries to downplay and muddy the waters regarding the evidence of it. Check out this part of this video, specifically regarding Froggy Fresh and his downplaying of pedophilia. This is Froggy Fresh, by the way. He's a dwarf. What more can you say? So, it was pointed out to him by Tenacious Turnip that Sam Hyde does what he was criticizing Hassan Piker for, which is he bans the name Marky, which is the name of his abuse victim, from his chat. And then Tenacious Turnip showed Froggy Fresh way more evidence than is at all reasonable for him to expect, and he kept denying it. He showed him that the victim herself had posted on her
category of the
Okay, we're watching Three Arrows because Bed Empanada wants to get me fucking banned. Okay, I think Three Arrows for a while here talks about how he made a video before about this topic, and then he goes into the topic. How to dismantle a democracy. Three Arrows, we're all watching a new Three Arrows video. There hasn't been one in a long time. Jesus Christ, Bed Empanada, what the fuck? Yeah.
During his first term. So the sense of disorientation is not...
yeah, the sense of disorientation will income in exactly 3 minutes and 15 seconds. When an ad plays at the top of the hour, ads are very bad. Upgrading yourself to true child soldier status, which is what we refer to. Subscribers here in chat is the true way to go. And for every 10 gift subs, only here in YugopnikTwitch, I give another 5 gift subs your way. Because I might like money, but I hate ads more. The topic is how to dismantle democracy, a topic talked about 700 million times when it comes to the current American State Department and the direction that it's taking. But usually Three Arrows has, additional very eloquent points about, how unhinged fascist governments in their infancy at least form and develop. So I think he'll add more context that we can talk about and deliberate on that is probably not been covered by the other 700 videos that have been made on this topic herder.
Wonderful. Child soldier. Subscriber.
Message to all Oilers: as you all live in the galaxy known as Milky Way, you'll thereby milked of your wealth in the form of subs to Yugopnik chatters. The Glorpian Council has declared so. Abso-fucking-lutely. And thank you, Rockin' Motherfucking Rolla, for another 5 gifties, which actually, together with Xi Jinping's 5 gifties from earlier, puts us at a beautiful fucking 10, which means I don't fucking cheat. I only paint chat purple. More children for the war effort. Wonderful. Very good. Thank you very, very much. Here's another 5er.
A byproduct of how crazy US politics are at the moment. But the goal, its aim is to knock the opposition of the Trump administration, which aren't just Democrats, but civil society, off balance to make resistance difficult to form. I even felt this during the writing of this video, because in even making a video like this, you are bound to leave out or not touch upon topics that are crucial. Nonetheless, this video is an attempt to kind of anchor you and me, tune out the noise, and try to understand the mess.
Cafe. Oh, thank you very much for the Prime for 4 months, you beautiful.
We're in. Apart from the speed of which everything is happening, another critical difference between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is the approach. Because during Trump's first term, you had numerous government actions that were later deemed unconstitutional by the courts. The first 2 versions of the travel ban, for instance, were struck down for violating religious freedom, which is guaranteed by the Constitution. The government cannot infringe on rights given by the Constitution. That's the idea, at least. And you can make the argument that something like the travel ban is constitutional or revise it, which the Trump administration did during his first term. But this argument over whether something is constitutional or not assumes a shared understanding.
Yeah, this is classic, so-called creeping authoritarianism, even though the phrasing is a bit cringe. Not on his side, the way I'm phrasing it is a bit cringe. Never comes boom very loud through the main door off the fucking hallway. It's taking away of one right, another right, another right, another right, another right. And at a particular point, the executive body has so much control over all other branches of government, including those that were semi-independent at some point, that it then, once it's established its foothold, can completely remove any reliance of the executive body on the other branches of government. And then, you completely take over the country without anybody really noticing very often. That's the classic approach. without the need for a coup, etc., etc. But usually you do a coup afterwards. You call yourself some fancy name. You say that you need to rule for the next 20 years because of this or that reason, etc., etc.
That a president should be bound by the Constitution, something that has been completely thrown out the window during Trump's current term. Here is what Jamel Bowie writes on this in the New York Times. The new president has, in just the first 2 months of his second term, performed a number of illegal and unconstitutional acts. But the defining attribute of his administration thus far is its anti-constitutional orientation. Both of its most aggressive and far-reaching efforts, the impoundment of billions of dollars in congressionally authorized spending and the attempt to realize the president's promise of mass deportation, rest on fundamentally anti-constitutional assertions of executive authority.
Barry Balls. I mean, when you get poop socked, you gotta tell chat that you got poop socked. This is what Barry did to me. I mean, 2020, 2019 is calling, and you're not picking up. But still. Literally 1984, George Orwell. Pizzagate. QAnon. What, are you gonna dab on me next? You're gonna ask me, do you have ligma? Still, good job. Well played.
In other words, the Trump administration has moved
You're gonna rickroll me next?
on from claiming that it is playing by the rules and their understanding of them to openly saying the rules don't apply to the president. So what we see now is an administration that feels it is completely unbound by any constraints of law or separation of power. And that is usually a canary in the coal mine moment, you know, an outright rejection of legal constraints compared to the argument that,
you know who Joe is? Joe Mama? Oh, that fucking got me.
You're
Bazinga. Yeah, bazinga.
operating within those constraints. There is a word for this type of government, by the way, in which the sole law-making authority is vested in a single person or leader, in other words. Anyway, when I started writing out this script, this section was called Canaries in the Coal Mine, pointing to some worrying developments, but that metaphor doesn't really work anymore. The canary in the metaphor is supposed to be an early indicator of danger. At this point, it's like you get to the mine and it's just bursting at the seams with dead canaries. There's no...
Yeah, they're melted, as a chatter said.
Foreboding, there is no historical parallel educating us about the danger that might come. We are in the middle of that historic moment for the United States. Let's pick up some of those dead canaries to illustrate my argument here. Since March 2025, the Trump administration has deported over 200 people to a maximum security prison in El Salvador. The justification, which I don't want to spend too much time on, is that these are members of a nation that has declared war on the US government, or which perpetuates attempts or threatens an invasion or predatory incursion. Keep the word invasion in mind here for me, please. Now, those deported were not...
So for those that often say, and I completely get their point, that, you know, the deportation rates are lower than what they were even under Obama's time, etc., etc. The point you should be looking at here is not the actual number of people being deported, but the legislative system that is being developed to allow pretty much anybody to be deported whenever the state chooses to define you as persona non grata. And again, as what I said before, these sorts of processes always stack. To use in bad taste, to use in a parallel to this, you know, you don't immediately start putting people in concentration camps, right? First, you isolate their parts of town, then you take their apartments, then you put them in a ghetto, then you starve them out there. Then once public consent is grown to a point when putting them in concentration camps can be doable, and once certain legislation and rules and wholesale agreement between the military, the executive body, the police force, and so on has been established that it's okay to put them in camps and just shoot them in the head, that's when you actually do it. So now they're poking around. They're trying to see, you know, what can pass both when it comes to public understanding of what is normal and what is not normal on the topic of deportations and what cannot. So they're trying out, if we, you know, deport people to a foreign state, how would people react? If we pick them up off the street and without any need to report on where they were taken, how would people react? Hey, if we don't show any fucking, you know, warrant or whatever, and if we use a police force that has absolutely no insignia, they can wear masks, how would people react, etc., etc., etc. It's it snowballs in the worst case scenario. The other scenario is that they are like unironically very incapable fascists and they only managed to deport 250 people for now, but I doubt the latter is the case. You know?
Not convicted of anything.
Seizing their assets to offset the cost helps as well. Absolutely. So that's why, like, don't. A lot of leftists do it. I understand their intent, but don't be like, oh, look, like they're not deporting as much, etc., etc. This is feeling. They're feeling the public sentiment towards this. That's why they're stacking.
Thing under this supposed justification, and as such are not serving a prison sentence in El Salvador. If they were, it would mean their sentence would have an end. But for all we know, the Trump administration plans to keep them there indefinitely. Likewise, there were no prior hearings to these deportations or any chance for these men to
and there's a third category. There's a third category of potentiality. I'm just giving you all of them on a platter. The third category could be, you know, we ran on a platform of kicking out a lot of people. So the ones that we're going to kick out, we're going to do it in a very loud and bombastic way through these, you know, ICE dudes, masks, vans, deportation to El Salvador, blah, blah, blah. So that the voters who voted for mass deportation can say, yo, they're doing my thing, but you don't have to deport as many people. You deport less in a more violent way, make it more loud, make the PR very intense so that you... make the voters that voted for you because you said you're going to deport people chill the fuck out and feel like their need has been satisfied. So yeah, 3, one is they actually mean to do it at a much greater pace. They're just trying out the legislative and PR part right now. Number 2, they're very incapable. That's why the numbers are very low. Numbers are very low. Or 3rd, they're basically doing PR. They don't really give a shit about mass deportations because they understand that the United States needs a massive undocumented labor pool in order to have a relatively stable economy, and without them, everything's gonna fucking sink harder than the current recession even. So yeah, all options, in my opinion, relatively realistic, some more than the other. I would say it's a mixture of all 3. And that's the 4th option. Thank you. That's why I love my chat. You fuckers are smarter than me 99% of the time. And I learn more from you probably than you from me. But hey, I get to be your dancing monkey. Absolutely. Yeah. I would probably mixture of all 3.
Prove that.
I'm just saying, like, the 3 categories is not something that I imagine. I'm saying here, like, straight out of my ass. It's very, like, classic political science shit that you learn in uni about why... particular governments of this type do this type of shit.
They are not part.
Arguably, it's the most concerning when it's a combination of all 3.
Part of a violent gang, as the government alleges. And you might think that this is a somewhat odd justification for deporting someone because being in a gang is itself not a crime. But to engage on that point of the discussion is a pure waste of time, and I'll get to why in a second. Even more odd might seem that, according to a New York Times investigation, most of the deported men don't even have a criminal record, apart from immigration offenses in the US or anywhere else in the region, and very few have any kind of documented links to gangs. Among them was, as far as we know, at least one man who was in the United States legally, had no criminal record, and was literally snatched off the street and flown to El Salvador. And despite this error in particular being acknowledged as a, quote, administrative error, the US government has not made any efforts to bring this man back. Quite the contrary, actually. They have gone in the opposite direction, just out and out lying about this man. Now, how do we make sense of this? For anyone that is willing to see what the truth is, it should be clear that all this back and forth over gang members and supposed wartime authorities is a thinly veiled distraction from what's really going on here. It's also why every justification
respectfully, duh.
from the administration is so incoherent, and it doesn't even matter. Despite the government earlier admitting that this guy was wrongfully deported and the Supreme Court unanimously ordering to facilitate his release.
Trump will say anything to stay relevant and deflect as much as possible. The fact he is now talking about giving some of his wealth to those who need it again goes against everything he's been saying till now. It's evil communism, yet he's happy to say it to keep his base treading water for now, so they can also still believe he's a benevolent Gandhi-like apostle of God. That's the main strength of the right-wing pitch. Like, I can literally tell you today that water is poisonous, and then in a week I can tell you how I'm making water free from everyone, and everybody's going to be real nice and hydrated. And the audience can live with both, because the audience that hates water is going to hear me say that water is poisonous. You're going to be like, our guy. Fuck yeah, somebody finally said it. And the audience that wants free water is only going to concentrate on that. You're going to be like, fuck yeah, finally free water. In an ideology not based on any sort of fucking material underpinning, right? Based in no fucking science at all. You can quite literally, like, there's no rules at all. You can play the game much better than, with the leftist, materialist, Marxist, whatever pitch. You can constantly contradict yourself. And ironically, very often your audience will love you more for it, especially in the modern digital era, because you can make sure that one part of your audience that loves water exclusively hears you talking about how based water is, and then you literally tweak your fucking ads over on fucking Facebook and only show the other type of content to the other guy. And not even through ads, You make sure one shill talks about your love of water and one shill talks about how you love drinking fucking Kool-Aid instead of water. I mean, they are already saying the water makes the frogs gay. And fluoride, absolutely. It's complete jungle rules, exactly. But that's the biggest strength of reactionary politics in general. That's why, unfortunately, we do it all the time. I do it all the time. I'm like, ha, look, hypocritical. Ha, contradicting yourself. Ha. But it doesn't really de-radicalize too much. Because you gotta talk to the water people first, to the water-hating people next, to every single category of lies. Well, for them to say all the fucking contradicting takes, it takes 12 seconds to prove to the thousands of people that have already been radicalized by their different contradicting takes, even though all those different groups would hate each other as well. It takes fucking decades. The water people, yes. Stick to my allegory instead of my point. I'm fucking around. Yeah. Weird allegory, I know. Weird as fuck, but you get my point.
You have the Trump administration calling him an illegal alien and MS-13 gang member. It's not about the act of deportation or what it achieves or even is supposed to achieve. It's about the message it sends. The message is that you can be a law-abiding legal resident in the United States and do everything right. And still, if they want to, they can black bag and without any due process, without any chance of appeal, without you ever seeing your family again, send you to Central America and make you spend the rest of your days in a torture dungeon. And they will chuckle about it. This is nothing to them. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is no goal for this project. And for this, I won't ask you to take my word for it. Here is Chief of Staff Stephen Miller laying it out for us. The fundamental error in how immigration is being discussed in the courts and media is pretending that what happened to us over the last 4 years is a routine civil enforcement matter. No, we were invaded and occupied. Entire neighborhoods were conquered. Entire towns were subjugated.
Manufacturing consent so fucking hard, baby.
Our treasury was plundered.
Your mic is low, but my mic is always at this rate, my friend. And you haven't been here while I scream like this. There's an ad coming. Run to your credit card. Take it out and subscribe for $6 a month free through Prime or by gifting to your fellow chatters and elevating them from the status of a simple chatter into a proper child soldier. And for every 10 gift subs, I will gift another 5. The only place on Twitch where we do this literal mutual aid through chat. So yeah, there you go. Like, that's why it's maybe not a good idea for my mic to be very, very, very high. But I will lower the video sound, though. Thank you very much for considering it. The ad, if we had ads, would have played in exactly 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Thank you for your consideration. Your oil money or your direct subscription contributions go directly to funding this show and making it possible, as well as all the 700 other projects that I work on. Thank you very much, God, for screaming 7 out of 10. Thank you.
Our democracy was torn apart piece by piece. A national referendum was held on whether to surrender to the invasion or repel it. America voted for liberation. If every foreign trespasser gets to have their own federal trial prior to removal, then there is no liberation. There is no restoration. The invasion will be made complete. Article 4, Section 4 requires the president to halt any invasion, and no district court can override that mandate.
Obviously, redefining what an immigrant is, obviously resetting the way we perceive treatment of immigrants as too soft, because they are not simply people that have come here because they need a better life, but because they're enemies of state. My chat knows all of this. I don't think I need to explain that. You guys know this. Right, give me my money back. I need it for hearing aid because of you, he said after sending me $1. Thank you very much.
The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The invading armies and foreign trespassers will be expelled. The cartels will be smashed. Liberation will be achieved. The rhetoric you would hear from what used to be called alt-right YouTubers 10 years ago is now the official position of the US government. It's an ethno-nationalist project in which...
if only anyone fucking guessed this, literally, that as capitalism goes into further and further crisis, the reactionary pitch needs to be more and more radical and more violent, and not only the pitch, but the actual policy, in order to dissuade us from looking at the very real material class problems that underpin the fact that we're all fucking depressed, alienated, and without any purpose or prospects, over to hating your neighbor because he looks different and you find that scary. If only there was an ideological current that fucking literally defined how reactionaries are created. I don't know. I can't think of what it was called.
The only requirement for deporting a US resident and eventually citizen is that they are not white. The other side to this deportation project very specifically targets pro-Palestinian activists. And again, this happens nearly every other day now, but the most known names currently are Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeisa Öztürk, both legal residents, both completely innocent of any crime. Both disappeared off the street by plain-clothed ICE officers and now awaiting deportation. And this is just a hunch I have, but I have a hard time believing that it is a coincidence that the Trump administration picked pro-Palestinian activists who, again...
The fuck, bro? I love Three Arrows, but he needs like an academic source for everything, so he needs to underpin it that, you know, oh, maybe, which great, like much more intellectually honest than me. It's a compliment to Three Arrows. But dude, Israel literally said, bro, you gotta intimidate these fuckers, start arresting especially foreign citizens, because it's gonna work with your own PR campaign over with your fucking voting body, and start fucking evicting them out of the fucking country, so everybody becomes more scared of being an activist, etc., etc. Like, duh.
Haven't even been...
You know, sometimes it's okay to call a frog, to call a red door a red door. I don't know what the American Yankee expression for this is, but, you know.
Accused of a crime. This is an attempt to push the boundaries, push the Overton window as far as possible on an issue that Democrats, mainstream media...
A spade, a spade! A spade, a motherfucking spade.
I never signed a deal, nigga, not one time. Hey, Squeaky, stop all the instruments and keep the drum line. Hold up. Busy working all my life, gave the family no time. Sorry, y'all. I apologize to the whole family just for being selfish. I love y'all. But the whole time I was focused on making the family wealthy. Cause I love y'all. What shit you could tell me.
I give you a song as a thank you, because a spade, thank you very much, Cam.
And pressure groups are weak on. The crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists is merely a tool to soften the blow of what comes next. The same way that the persecution of trans people is a tool to pave the way for broader discrimination against LGBT Americans. The issue of pro-Palestinian...
Keep cracking, bro? Keep cracking? What? Is my voice fucked?
In activism is one over which they can expect the least amount of resistance from liberals. And even for those deported to...
What's up with the Three Arrows, bro? It's a video, yeah. Three Arrows was like, fuck editing. He was like, fuck editing, man. I'm doing an audiobook. Fuck editing. I'm just gonna put I respect the grind, man. I respect it.
To El Salvador, reading about the democratic response to these deportations, it becomes crystal clear that a number of them haven't understood the gravity of the situation. In mid-April, numerous democratic lawmakers spoke to Axios about this on the condition of anonymity. And let me just quote a specific section here. The second House Democrat who spoke anonymously, a centrist, called the deportation issue soup du jour, arguing Trump is setting a trap for the Democrats and, like usual, we're falling for it. Rather than talking about the tariff policy and the economy, the thing where his numbers are tanking, we're going to take the bait for one hairdresser.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hairdresser most likely referring to Andre Jose Hernandez, the makeup artist with no criminal record and no record of ever having been a gang member.
They don't give a shit about you, bro. They only give a shit about the number go up, man. Number go up. Number will go up and I get more fucking lobby money, daddy. Yes.
Who was deported to El Salvador. Recently, a Time magazine photographer visited the maximum security prison and happened to take a picture of Hernandez. According to the photographer, while this picture was taken, Hernandez said, "I'm not a gang member, I'm gay, I'm a stylist," crying for his mother as he was slapped and had his head shaved. Now, I don't want to give you the perception that the attitude by the anonymous Democratic lawmaker reflects the entire party, because it doesn't, but the rift on this issue again shows the paralysis of the opposition. What if the Trump administration were to deport an American...
Not paralysis of the opposition. There is no fucking opposition. Jesus Christ, bro.
citizen for shouting "from the river to the sea" and accuse him or her of being a Hamas terrorist. Would you trust the Democratic Party to go to bat for someone like that? I personally have my doubts. Further down in the piece, the article states that Democrats would only draw a line in the sand and shut down the House of Representatives if the Trump administration were to deport a US citizen. Now, to draw that line on who seemingly deserves due process and who does not is not only gross, but again, displays a fundamental misread of the moment and how to actually fight back against the Trump administration. The reason why the Trump administration is not backing down over people obviously wrongfully deported, why they ignore court orders and double down every chance they get, is because Republicans understand something a number of Democrats seemingly don't. There is something called the political initiative. It's also the point of Steve Bannon's flood the zone approach I read to you earlier. If the Trump administration were to give in on anyone being wrongfully deported, it would put them on the back foot
for everybody,
while they desperately want to remain on the offensive. That is the Republican strategy, while the Democrats seemingly don't have one at all right now. Another reason why this distinction...
The Republicans understand that the only way in American politics you can be defined as wrong by your side is if you admit that you were wrong. Okay? It limits you in potential, garnering support from people that, weren't active supporters up until that point. But you got different pitches, different policy, et cetera, to try and get new voters in. But when it comes to current established Republican, especially voters, even though it applies to Democrats to an extent as well, in a completely post-truth society that we find ourselves in, you're only at fault. You only did something bad if you go out and you say, "I'm really sorry, I did something bad." What the fuck? Basically, if you make a YouTube apology video, okay? And Trump is never going to make a YouTube apology video. They understand post-truth society. They understand that just fucking ignore it and keep fucking walking. Just ignore it and keep fucking walking. Nothing ever happened. Somebody tells you something bad happened. No, it didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. Just keep fucking walking. And everybody's like, "Oh, yeah, this is absolutely normal. Like, he didn't do anything wrong."
Is so misguided is that the federal government doesn't even release data on how many citizens...
Then instead of a strategy, it's die or get dragged kicking and screaming to the left. That's all they got, 100%. This is a debate bro mentality. You only lose if you concede because your own fans will see you as a loser who didn't stand their ground. 100%. Everything is the internet now. Everything is the internet now. Everything is about fucking fan groups. That is not de-ideologized. It's ideology is everything still, with a material underpinning. But what has changed is that it's impossible to de-ideologize on a particular issue. Everything is computer. It's all computer. Tesla, it's all computer. Oh.
This is beautiful.
I almost forgot it, bro.
This is beautiful. Whoa! Should I get in?
Get in.
Okay.
Have you ever sat
Let me
behind
get
the
in
steering
a
wheel of
second.
one of these? Of a Tesla?
You want my notes?
Yeah.
They gave me notes. I said, I'm not Biden. I don't need notes.
I'll take one. I can take that.
Thank you. Let me get in a second. I'll watch Secret Service go crazy. Thank you.
I mean, if you actually drove it around, it would really be wild.
Beautiful. Wow.
I get on this other side.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful. Wow.
Oh my God. Oh. Oh, dude. Oh, fucking classic. Classic. Oh. The IRA had the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever and they missed it. Dude, you don't need to put a bomb into a Tesla for it to explode.
Wrong. Fully detained and removed from the country. An investigation by the Washington Post has determined that right now, as far as we know, over a dozen US citizens have already been deported. This article is from May 3rd, and let me just read to you a short section from it.
Say what you will about him, Trump is funny at least. We had an opportunity at one point in his life, I think, to like potentially turn him into like a Sotsdem or something. We would have the People's Republic of America if we had a communist version of a Trump. Okay, I'm very serious about this point, and I know plenty of people have said it, but I've been saying it for like a decade now. Like literally a communist Trump. We win. That's it. We win. We immediately. Whole world would be changed. But the communist lives under the eternal burden of trying to be respectful, so we can't. You know? We don't want to be dicks. And it's been a great ball and chain that has been dragging us down. That's why I'm a great advocate of the shitbag left, not the dirtbag left, okay? The dirtbag left are cynics and so on, and they have their own role. They're lovely. The shitbag left uses all the tools at the disposal of the right wing, but directs it at the right wing, okay? We call them names, we bully them, we call them losers, stupid little bitch boys, etc., etc. This is advanced Yugopnik praxis theory. You know, an example of shitbag left would be like bad empanada and shit, right? Would be me and so on, even though I'm very respectful and calm today because today's been a nice day. But you get my point. Shitbag left to the fucking core, dude. It's the stormtroops of the left online, at least. That's what the shitbag left is supposed to be. It's not supposed to undermine our beautiful soft lefties or respectful lefties, etc., etc. But if you have it in your soul to be a dick and utilize, again, the tools at the disposal of reactionaries and point it back at the reactionaries, the shitbag left is very welcoming. And the ranks of child soldiers shall only burgeon and throb and grow as the years progress.
Last week, 3 children who are US citizens, aged 2, 4, and 7, were removed to Honduras along with their undocumented mothers, according to attorneys and court records.
We're going to have the best productive force and the greatest international solidarity, and the proletariat are going to win bigly. I cannot do a Trump. I will never do a Trump. I would literally rather kill myself than do a Trump. But still, that was very good rock and roll.
Records. One child, a 4-year-old boy with stage 4 cancer, was sent without medication or access to his doctors. Both families were detained at routine.
Shitbag left is wishing right-wingers happy Mother's Day while telling them it's only happy because we're sleeping with their mothers. Exactly. Yes. Unironically.
Immigration check-ins in New Orleans, denied communication with attorneys or family members, and placed on a flight to Honduras
Where
the following.
Does Hassan fall into this? He's too nice. He's not shitbag left. He's too nice, too chill. And I respected it. There's plenty of room there, you know. The storm chatters are always going to be a small minority. That's why they're the storm troops. But Hassan has his role, and it's absolutely fantastic. But he's too nice. He's too soft. He's a baby, you know. He's a little baby. You should break those cheeks, you know.
Following morning, the Post reported. Now, this might change, but during the time of researching this...
You know what? He's just a baby. Dude, that's literally my favorite clip. Like, I'm going to show you 2 of my favorite clips. Literally. Okay, this is the first one. Okay. Jesus Christ, why does everything on fucking YouTube Shorts have to just play the video?
When mommy says stop, you say okay.
I'm just a baby.
But you still had to say okay, mom.
I'm just a baby.
Like the amount of self-consciousness the child needs to have. She understands that she's just a baby, and she utilizes that as a way to kind of gaslight her mother into not forcing her to do things. And the other one is snacks. is this one. This is literally the best video ever made. Like, I'm sorry. I might just have baby fever, but this is the best video of all time. Like, this is just fucking incredible. She's like a goblin. Yes. She's literally a little goblin baby. Yeah, it's so good. It's like little. What? Everybody's always like, Hugo, what do you do after a stream? It is such a good video. It is. Oof. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Video, writing the script, recording the audio, and putting everything together, I haven't seen much talk about the Democrats shutting down the House of Representatives over the deportations. I'll come around to why this is so frustrating to me later, but what I am hearing, or reading, is talk about Democrats shutting down the House over Doge. And we'll see if that turns into anything, but it also brings me to the second front that the Republicans have opened in their attack on American democracy, and that is the literal destruction of the American government. Because it's not just the executive that is moving at a rapid pace. Elon Musk's Doge is moving at a similar speed, dismantling everything they can on the way. I don't want to get too deep into the history of this department.
Is it just me, or do all the people who want the birth rate to go up hate the cute, silly baby videos? Like, they want the idea of children, but hate them. 100%, dude. You cannot love children and not want a better world for them, right? They just want, like, breeding for the sake of fucking breeding, unless you also don't want them to live in late-stage capitalism. Like, rule number one of being a parent, you should want your kid to have a better life than you, right? That's the whole fucking premise. And not only your kid, everybody's kids, right? And if you want to have a kid, but you also think that they need to suffer in the same way that you're suffering inside of this capitalist hellhole, you're just de facto a bad parent. Hot take, but all old people that have kids that fuck with capitalism are de facto bad parents, because they want a decrepit, struggling, decaying world for their kids. They want their kids to live in fucking, post-apocalyptic fucking bunkers. Like, no fucking joke. These fuckers don't care about kids once they're outside the womb. Always.
Named after a 12-year-old meme, but even before Trump took office, it was clear that Elon Musk's plan to reduce supposed government
ad plays in 4 minutes. If you want to support the show, become a child soldier for $6 a month or for free through Prime, please do consider doing so. Whenever we hit the target, we become completely ad-free, and that's fucking awesome. Or if you have spare change laying around and you want to spawn new child soldiers, which is how we refer to subscriber chatters here for some magical reason, I am doing a mutual aid system where for every 10 gift subs, I take my own credit card out and I gift another 5. That's not like 10 gift subs from one person. They stack, obviously. Thank you for even considering them. Thank you for even considering it. Sorry for the ad pitch, but I gotta do it because that's how Twitch fucking works. Thank you very much.
Waste either wasn't the actual goal, or that he and his cohorts lacked even the most basic understanding of government spending. As early as October 2024, Musk publicly declared that it should be possible for him to cut, quote, at least $2 trillion, later reducing that estimate to $1 trillion of the US federal budget, and then again to $150 billion. Merely looking at the numbers without giving it a 5-second pause to think, it seems like something that should be doable. US federal budget in 2023 was $6.4 trillion. Surely reducing that by 1 can't be that hard if you're committed to ruthless cuts. Here is where the reality check comes in, though. Those $6.4 trillion are basically split up into 3 categories. Mandatory spending, which you cannot cut because this part of the budget has been allocated by Congress for things like social programs, and to make any changes to this part of the budget requires a majority in Congress to change the laws that this money is allocated for in the future. So there's no real room for cuts here. The second category of the US federal budget is interest payments, which you also cannot cut, which leaves us with the third category of optional spending. Here you have defense, administrative costs, transportation, etc. Now, if
we know they're not cutting defense, I mean, not in a way that we would like to say, haha.
If you were to cut this entirely overnight, meaning $0 for defense and anything non-defense, you would still be $300K short of Musk's initial goal of $2 trillion. Looking at what makes up the US discretionary budget, it's clear to anyone with the most basic understanding of government spending that cutting $1 trillion is a pipe dream, especially if you don't want to touch defense. Not to mention that the stated aim was to cut waste and fraud, not just cut funds. But that opens up the question of what the actual goal of Doge is, given that the official one is on its face fantastical. The goal of Doge is the demoralization of the federal workforce, dismantling the administrative state, and ultimately the destruction of government. There is a great piece on this in Wired magazine that makes the apt comparison that trying to imagine the long-term effects of what Doge and the Trump administration have even done thus far makes your brain feel like you are trying to imagine how deep the ocean is. It's almost beyond human comprehension. I can't run down the whole list, but just to give you an inkling, here are some examples of the cuts and their effects. The firing of thousands of federal workers at the IRS is predicted to lead to a 10% drop in tax revenue in the first quarter of 2025 alone. That's $500 billion, roughly 2/3 of the defense budget.
To remove ourselves from the necessary realpolitik that our friend Triaros is doing here, from a more like theoretical analysis standpoint, a more ideologized, let's call it, analysis. As a capitalist economy develops, it reaches a particular wall because more and more capital is accumulated in fewer and fewer hands. More and more industries are monopolized, and there's no way for the general economy to quote-unquote grow because all industries have started capping. So the only way for you to allow the market to grow is to create new quote-unquote industries. And you create new quote-unquote industries, usually the easiest way is by removing things from commodifying socialized aspects of society. TLDR, by privatizing stuff that up until that moment was considered a public good, like having the IRS as a public good, healthcare, schooling, public schooling, access to basic goods, public infrastructure, etc., like places where communities can gather for free. The United States is a peak example of how it's already at the crux of having privatized, having commodified, having taken socialized institutions over to private hands in order to turn it into a profit-generating industry that can allow the market to grow a little bit more by literally not creating new industries, but turning stuff that was, just a public good into a for-profit industry. So the market quite literally motivates this sort of behavior just organically. And the later down the path of, the rising rate of profit, I'm not going to bore you with fucking nerd terms, the longer down that pipeline you are, the less access to quote-unquote socialized stuff you will have because the market is going to cannibalize all of that, right? and Doge is just very small, humble beginnings of basically turning the states into Uncapistan or whatever, right? I mean, to sound like a manosphere dude. I love female speaking French, but not a dude. It sounds pretentious. He's German, my friend. Whole accent sounds pretentious. So God bless. Fun fact: the more inefficient the public service run by the more inefficient the public service run by capitalists the more it generates GDP because waste equals more money moving forward. Absolutely. The way we analyze whether something is economically progressive, aka if it's doing well, also exists under the ideologized capitalist framework. Again, sorry, it's late in the day for me. I don't know why I'm using these words. We look at everything from a capitalistic perspective. Is this making line go up, or is this not making line go up? And ironically, as Ms. Kakara said, an inefficient service that, costs a lot more and does less, but, ends up generating a little bit more capital because it's run by a private industry and not by the state or in any sort of socialized form, literally makes the line go up. Because before then, it was not a part of the market, so there was no line to go up. So GDP goes up, right? It's all about the line, but the line, but the line. It's all about the line, but the line, but the line.
As for schools, infrastructure, etc. They cut roughly a quarter of the health and human services workforce.
Currently, I am applying for college, and my major is so completely dependent on the college getting research grants and funds, and Trump cut them. Absolutely. Listen, your parents, if I'm talking to Americans here, your parents probably had access to 70% of the shit that your grandparents had access to when it comes to, the shit the state can give you. And you have access to 30% of the shit that the state gave your parents. The other state gave your grandparents. And then your kids probably won't have jack shit of that, okay? Stuff that you were what the fuck are you talking about? This has to be a public good. You cannot privatize this. Are you insane? Are going to be just, standard industries in 40 years. Private industries. Especially education. I don't see education in the next half a decade in the United States being managed by the state. It's going to be a very easy pitch, Herder free speech, herder more, education is not actually for everybody. What do you consider yourself fucking privileged? You think you need education? No, only the smartest need education. What the fuck, you want poor people in schools? That's fucking DEI, blah, blah, blah. Type shit. Eventually, everything gets privatized. And then people are involved, and then they do some reforms, and they give you some of it back, half of it back. And then you're super grateful to them for having given you 50% of the shit they took from you back. And you're oh my God, thank you, New SOTSDEM leadership or whatever. And then the snake keeps eating its own ass. Forever and ever and ever and ever in fucking circles. Up until a point where the contradictions are so big and streets start fucking burning. And that's why it's very important for all of you chatters to fucking organize and to educate yourselves. Because when shit starts burning, people are either gonna start burning minorities, or they're gonna start fucking burning capitalism. And without strong progressive, class-conscious organizations, it's going to be the minorities that burn and not the system itself, okay? It's just going to reproduce itself in a more violent manner. So stop watching my stream or the stream of the person that I'm going to send you to right now, unless it's something you do for fun and relative education, and go, go organize, etc., etc. This is the only way that even what I do turns from, just random entertainment on the internet into me actually to an extent contributing to the cause. Because if I don't make people who, you know, go out there and do shit, then it's just a fucking circle jerk, respectfully to me and to fellow content creators of this sort out there. The big contradiction here is climate change. If we don't get a socialist economy, we will all experience barbarism. 100%. 100. Now, let me send you to who should I send? Let me see. Come on, pitch me, people. Who do you want to raid? Who do you want to raid? Aaron is live. Fuck yeah. Let's send you to Aaron. Yeah, I didn't even notice. Let's send you to Aaron, a brilliant comrade that is from that part of the world. So you will learn a lot more than from me about, you know, India, Pakistan, that whole scenario. Yesterday, I also interviewed a very smart Indian comrade. It was fucking great. It's going to go up on the Yugopnik Live. Just before we finish, I want you to follow me on socials, and I want you to go check out a channel me and my mods run together. They make, we split the money that's made from this, etc., called Yugopnik Live. So I'm going to spam it in chat, and if all of you go subscribe, it's already going to be a massive boost to this fledgling little experiment of ours that they are putting a lot of effort in. So not just out of respect to me, but out of respect to my coppers. Please go and support your local police officer, aka chat mods, and do your part. So, thank you very much, guys. Now, thank you very much for joining me today. Thank you to all the fucking fantastic Oilers. You were insane today. Thank you to all the regular subscribers. Thank you to everybody who followed. If you're here and you haven't pressed that button, what the fuck are you doing? With all due respect, it's literally a little click. Thank you for your time. Genuinely, I really respect it, and I'm really grateful that you chose to spend so many hours with me. And I will see you next week. Look out for the schedule on the Discord as always. Now go and say hi to Aaron, follow Aaron as well, and have a grand time and learn something new. Eggs are chicken, period, and that's fucking disgusting. Bye-bye.